There is a fifth dimension, beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the twilight zone. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Where is this place and when to it? The answer is, it doesn't make any difference. In this year or 100 years hence. On this planet or wherever there is human life. Lesson to be learned in the twilight zone.
It's as if someone had pulled out some kind of plug in me. Everything, emotion, feeling, fear, strainer. And now I've been
All of you have just entered the twilight zone.
4, 3, 2. Think for yourself. Question authority. Think for yourself. Question authority. Throughout human history, as our species has faced the frightening, terrorizing fact that we do not know who we are or where we're going in this ocean of chaos, it has been the authorities, the political, the religious, the educational authorities who attempted to comfort us by giving us order, rules, regulations, forming in our minds their view of reality. To think for yourself, you must question authority and learn how to put yourself in a state of vulnerable, open-mindedness, chaotic, confused vulnerability to inform yourself. Think for yourself, Question authority, Think for yourself, Question authority, Think for yourself, Question authority. Think for yourself. Question authority. Think for yourself. Question authority. Throughout human history, as our species has faced the frightening, terrorizing fact that we do not know who we are or where we're going in this ocean of chaos, it has been the authorities, the political, the religious, the educational authorities who attempted to comfort us by giving us order, rules, regulations, forming in our minds their view of reality. To think for yourself, you must question authority and learn how to put yourself in a state of vulnerable, open-mindedness, chaotic, confused vulnerability to inform yourself. Think for yourself, Question authority, Think for yourself, Question authority, Think for yourself, Question authority. Think for yourself.
Turn around, look at what you see. In her face, the mirror of your dreams. Make believe I'm everywhere, even in the light. Reading on the pages is the answer to our never-ending story.
Heyo, coming at you. We're doing it live, everybody. One more time, coming at you. It's Friday the 13th. Creepy. I guess that's supposed to mean something. Friday the 13th. Super creepy. Hey now. I'm not even sure what that's supposed to mean. Like the whole Friday the 13th thing. It's weird to me. Like, where did it come from? Why is it a thing? Like, I've heard different stories. I know you guys will probably give me some stories, but I don't know what's so special about Friday the 13th and why I should care. But either way, welcome everybody. Welcome. I see you guys down there in the chat. I especially see you, Cadence, Miss Cadence. Like, I'm wondering, what's going on with Cadence? She's making herself, like, very well known amongst these communities. And I can't help but think, why? Like, what's going on with this Cadence character? I'm like, is there some issue? Is it a cry for help? Or is it just that, for whatever reason, she's like, I don't know, maybe very sexually desirous right now? Cadence, I'm not sure this is the place or the time that you really want to be putting yourself out there to, like, you know, the whole metaverse. You never know. There's creepy guys out there. What do you say? She says, I'm bursting out of my shell, finally. That's all that's going on. Okay. See how people get so defensive? All right, I won't give you any advice. You know, I'll just leave you to your own devices, Cadence. I'll just let you kind of go out there and put it all out there in the metaverse. See what happens. I'm just saying, don't listen to Z. You know, you're showing yourself. You're kind of giving away your location. Ladies, does anybody want to talk to Cadence to maybe save Zetetic Warrior the conversation? Because this will be, like, skewed somehow. Somehow this will be, like, misinterpreted. Some narrative will form that I'm, like, now in some way dirty macking on Cadence, which would make no sense because it kind of seems like Cadence is dirty macking on me. Just saying. But maybe some of you ladies in the chat. Apparently, Rose 777 has taken the mantle of, like, you know, kind of counseling you ladies out there. Maybe Rose can kind of jump on it. I know Cadence and Rose have had a few convos, but what are you laughing at, Green Man? This I'm being. Somebody needs to talk to Cadence. Maybe you're not understanding, Cadence. This is the internet. Maybe a little too familiar with everybody. I don't know. Please, maybe Heidi, somebody, somewhere in time. Maybe just have a little conversation with Cadence on the side. Just let her know that, like, I don't know, maybe she should. What do I know? What do I know? Hey, Cadence, do whatever you want. I'm sure you'll be fine. You're right. She says, I only have one man in mind, and it's not you, Big Z. Oh, we know who it is. We know. Ian. Just saying. Whatever, Cadence. It's all good. Hey, you're doing great, Cadence. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine. Unbelievable. Maybe talk to Rose, Cadence. She can help you out. I'll let Rose know that she's now the new de facto like social worker, or she's basically the counselor for the Z show. Sorry, Rose. I've recruited you for the position. I'm not doing it myself. Like any good operation, I need to delegate certain things. You know, Rose can kind of be my my counselor, my HR department, so to speak. We're gonna leave it up to Rose. Because even what's her name here, Steph Davis, reports to me that she had a conversation with Rose. I mean, I don't know. It seems like Rose is already serving in that capacity for the Z show. Steph Davis had a conversation with the lovely Rose 777. And apparently it was very fruitful and positive. Good for you, Steph. She says, AZ, I had a phone conversation with Rose yesterday. It was wonderful. And she thanks me because it happened here. Look at that. The Z show, bringing people together all across the world. See, like, look, Lubass is chiming in, Cadence. You see what I mean? About creepy internet guys? And Lou's relatively harmless. Like, he's creepy, but he's Canadian. So he's going to be harmless. I've never seen a Canadian do anything harmful to anybody. So just maybe use that as an example of what could be. But yeah, good for you, Steph Davis. She had a convo with Rose, and it was fruitful. What was the deal, Steph Davis? Did you and Rose, like, did you have, like, an issue with Rose? Was there, like, an issue? I'm not surprised. Because a lot of people think Rose is like Mossad, you know, like Jewish secret agent type of shit. Which is weird. Because people think all kinds of things. But I often wonder, like, what do you think that would actually look like in real life? Like, in a real way. Like, if Rose 777 was truly Mossad, Jewish fucking counterintelligence, like, how would that even happen? You know? Like, how would that originate? Like, Steph, like, how did you picture Rose previously? Like, what was it, like 10 years ago? Rose is roaming around Tel Aviv, Israel, happy in her Jewishness. You know, Rose is just chilling on the beach. All of a sudden, she gets recruited by Bibi Netanyahu. Rose, we have a mission for you, Rose. We need you. Go undercover into the truth community. You will pretend to be a flat earther. We will get you a job for Crow 777 Radio. We will get you a boyfriend, Jason Lingram. You will infiltrate the community and you will destroy them from within. Like, is that how everybody thinks it went down? Everybody thinks like Rose is like fucking Mossad. Rose, we're sending you in. I want you to get a hold of Steph Davis. She's a metallurgist. she believes that all mountains are really huge brick buildings that were melted in some ancient cataclysm. Ha ha ha. You will infiltrate. You will report back to me, Rose. Like, what's the deal with that? Yes, Rose. You will do this for your country, your homeland, Mother Israel. And then Rose is like, okay, well, what do you want me to do exactly? I have to go to America? Move in with Jason Lindgren? Become the producer of the Crow 777 show? And what do you want me to do, BB? Like, it seems like kind of a lot of effort and work for like nothing. No, Rose. This is very important. The truther community must be infiltrated. Oh, and by the way, you'll pretend to be paraplegic. Rose is like, what? What do I have to do? You have to pretend to be paraplegic. We'll put you in a wheelchair for 10 years. Well, even when I'm home and stuff, you're good. Yes. We have to sell this, Rose. It has to be real. You will do this for Mother Israel. And Rose is like, okay. I fucking guess. I guess I'll have to do this. Do you have any bigger missions? Like, I don't know. We got like this whole Hamas issue and Palestinians. West Bank. No, Rose, we have that covered. That's all bullshit anyway. Don't worry. The real mission is with the truther community. With the flat earthers and the meltologists. You will infiltrate them. And then Rose is like gonna do what? Okay, BB. I guess. If it's for Israel, I will be a loyal, obedient Jewish girl. Yes, Rose. Make sure you're extra Jewy. Learn how to complain about things. Is that all it takes to be extra Jewy, BB? Of course. Okay. Thanks, BB Netanyahu. Thank you, Rose 777. By the way, that's your new name. You will adopt the 777. Okay, BB Netanyahu, thank you. Hey. But much love, Steph Davis. We're bringing people together here in Z's show. Steph apparently previously thought Rose was like some kind of counterintelligence, COINTEL Pro, PSYOP, secret agent lady. Fucking Mossad. And now they're friends. People are coming together. It's wonderful. I love it. I love it. Yeah. Like, oh, but it's weird. It's almost like Rose is the de facto like head of the truther community. She seems to know everybody. Hey, don't piss off Rose, guys. She kind of has all the intel. Maybe she is Mossad. Steph, you might have like convinced me. Now Steph Davis is cool with Rose, but now I'm thinking, I'm like, wait a second. She fucking like knows everything. She says she has like a folder on everybody in the community. Like, I always thought Karen B was the head of the Flat Earth Mafia. Turns out it might be Rose. Rose might be running the whole thing. It would make sense. With the wheelchair and everything. Total Bond villain. Like it was Rose the whole time. Now I'm thinking, Steph. You got me in my head. Nuba says, who doesn't have a FE folder? Oh, everybody pray for Israel. Remember, don't pray for Palestinians. Fuck those Palestinian kids. It's just the Israeli kids that matter. They have more money. People with money matter much more than, like, you know, those poor suckers. Those broke-ass Palestinians. That's right, everybody. Hashtag support Israel. Do, 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 do. Dun, do, 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 do. All right, anyway, how'd I get on that whole jag? I started off talking about Cadence, and I ended up talking about the Jews. Why does it always come back to the Jews? Like, what's that about? Everything just comes back to the chosen ones of Israel. It's weird. Maybe Cadence is a secret op. People have said that about you, Cadence. They've wondered. They're like, I think Cadence is like a fucking agent. Which would make more sense, Cadence, because otherwise you're just like a thirsty girl from Michigan who's overexposing herself on, you know, the internet because she's incredibly horny and just can't fucking handle herself. Cadence, I'm going to give you a little, like, bit of advice that you might not know about yourself. You can get laid very easily. You don't have to come here on the internet to do it. You could literally go anywhere at any time. Come on, guys, back me up on this. Cadence shouldn't have a problem. Like, what are you doing here, Cadence? I'm imploring you, talk to Rose. She needs to help you. You're not going to listen to me. You have this whole, like, passive-aggressive thing going with me. I don't understand it. Somebody needs to get a hold of you. Get it? Somebody needs to get a hold of you, Cadence. If it's not going to be me, it needs to be somebody else. Yeah. I'm just wondering what she's up to. I'm intrigued by you now. It's weird. People, like, work on me. They get into my mind. The other one is Jack Talcott. I'm totally mind-fucked by Jack Talcott. He's another one. Like, these people start off like a certain strata of my consciousness. And then somehow they just bore their way through the layers of cognitive protection that I have against intruders. And then they just get inside my consciousness. And then I have to deal with it. I got fucking Jack Talcott in my mind. I'm not even sure Talcott's human. I see London Man's here. London Man, you want to study humans? Take on the case of Mr. Jack Talcott. He's a fascinating study. At this point, I'm 100% convinced that he's not human as such. And it's evidenced by things. Like, I have evidence. There's a few things that indicate that Mr. Jack Talcott is potentially some type of humanoid android, some type of sentient AI bot, transhumanist amalgamation. There's a few things. One, he has a conspicuous lack of pop culture knowledge. You can put this to the test, everybody. London Man, you might want to do it. Jack lacks all basic understanding of pop culture. He doesn't know movies. He doesn't know general music that literally everyone knows. He has a gap in cultural knowledge, which to me evidences the strong. It's just there's strong indication that he's not human as such, and I'm sticking with it. Oh, that's a good theory, London, that he and Illumitami come from the same place. That's actually strong theory. You should investigate that. Because seriously, Mr. Talcott, you're beyond comprehension. It's very strange.
Recognize your freedom. And then, with intention, with consciousness, in the privacy, safety of home, allow yourself to fall to pieces. Just let them all go. Fuck it. I am nothing. I'm not a man. I'm not American. I'm not a father. I'm not white. I'm nothing. In the privacy, safety of home. Take a breath. 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 Take a breath.
Thank you, Mr. Talcott. By the way, you're completely insane. But we love you. Oh my God. Holy macaroni. We love you, Jack. What a strange, strange place. Let me get rid of this. I can do this all morning. Like I can just... All right. Maybe we'll get going. Maybe we'll get this show on the road, on the metaversal road. Yeah, I'm done talking about you this morning, Cadence. Well, probably not, but I'm gonna try not to like hyper focus on you. You seem like you get upset. It's like a weird push-pull with Cadence. Like you're desperately crying out for attention in ways that like are almost incomprehensible, but yet when attention is shown to you, you kind of lose it, fucking fall apart. It's kind of weird, but in some ways it's to be expected. Oh my God. All right, let's get the show started, everybody. We have things to do, places to be, people to do. I'm putting the call out. London man, we have to put the call out for Bobby, the bee warrior. We're putting the call out for you, Bobby, because as you guys know, Z has his ear to the grindstone, and we have it on very good authority that Bobby, the bee warrior, has had another heartbreak. And at this point, I don't know. Should we be concerned, London man? Should we be concerned about our friend Bobby? He's been conspicuously absent recently, coming off the news of his heartbreaking, the heartbreaking disillusion of his relationship with the lovely Bex Factor. They went through a very public breakup, much like you see with other celebrity figures. We see the disillusion of the relationship between Bobby and Bex, and now we're worried about him. And if you're out there, Bobby, maybe just let us know you're okay, man. Come on, Bobby. Where the fuck are you? I'm just wondering. At some point, probably should be concerned. But he says he has a good bill of health, so even though he smokes multiple packs a day and he's 75 years old. Either way, much love. All right, it's enough of this fooling around. It's too much of it, actually. Let's get this thing going, everybody. All right, let's do the opening. Official opening commencing now. Yeah, come on, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Grand Rising and Grand Approach. Welcome back to Z Show, my show, the show where we explore the inner workings of my consciousness, my thought processes, my intellect, and my emotions. That's right, it's all about me here. You want to ask what's this show about? It's about me. Tell them, everybody. It doesn't have to be about anything else. It's my show, not yours. We are broadcasting live and in living color around the level horizontal realm that we call Earth. Not only to the 7 known continents, but all those other weird continents out beyond the apparent ice wall. It's weird. There seems to be an ice wall that surrounds us. I don't know. That's not what they told me in school, but it seems like there is one. Fucking crazy, I know. Let's see who we meet today. We have special guests. We have fun. We have songs. We have hijinks. Let's see who's here. Coming at ya. Who's here? We don't want to ignore the chat. I mean, the show is all about you guys. Even though it is my show, I share it with you. Otherwise, it'd be kind of boring if it was just me doing this, by myself. Who's here? Who checked in early? Musical to Secret coming in with some music covers from Seal and Uncle Cracker, going deep into the vault this morning. Open your eyes, connect dots. Good morning to you. Joe Moore, shalom, good sir. Glyph says grand perspective and buongiorno back. We already said hi to Cadence. Let's move on. Big Stank, much love. Steph Davis, good morning again. Capricorni, much love. Random fan, holding it down. Good to see you. Heidi, Divine Spirit 313. Heidi, maybe you should talk to Cadence. Somebody should talk to that girl. I don't know. Who else is here? 3 Fingers in the House from the Palmetto State. Yeah. Green Man coming at us. Who else is here? Who else? A lot of back and forth chatter somewhere in time. Much love. Tony the Toolman Taylor. Up early this morning. Much love, Tony. Oh, I think I said had a big drink tea. Either way, what's up, D'Angelo? Yo, back to you. Ruled by Saturn in the house. And we already said hi to Lou Bass, checking in early. How are you not banned from my channel, Lou? Lou's one of those guys. Like, I'll just leave him up. Even though I probably should ban you, Lou, just on principle. Just because I just should. But I'm not going to. Gary Baxter's in the house. What are you saying, Gary? He says, Z, you must not be paying attention to Justin Trudeau. Should I be, Gary? I don't really want to pay attention to that weirdo. I don't like paying. I'm trying more to get like back and read the news and stuff, especially for you guys. But I don't know what else you say, cause that Canadian's fucking a lot of people up. Okay, is it really him? Come on, Gary. I mean, I get it. He's like the poster child for like, you know, New World Order, you know, IMF fuckery. I understand that, but can we really point to these so-called leaders? Are they really running the show? Like, let's get real, Gary. Look at our president here in the U.S., Joe Biden. Does anybody rationally think he does anything at all? Like, does anybody really think he makes any? Come on, we all know he doesn't. Well, why should we think anything other about this Justin Trudeau? This is what I do here, guys. I'm trying to break everybody's programming because we say things, we think things, we do things that are fucking pre-programmed. We're still operating on an indoctrinated level through an indoctrinated consciousness, worldview, and paradigm that has been conditioned for you by people with an interest to control you because it benefits their fucking asses. We need to think differently. I do it myself. We need to break the fucking paradigms that they've created for us because they're comfortable. Justin Trudeau ain't nobody. He doesn't do anything. He's a fucking clown. They're all clown shows. I can go on. And I probably will. Jay's here. Much love, Jay. We already said hi to you, Steph Davis. Much love. Much love. The producer, Moose, in the house. Moose likes when I do my Jewish segments. Nuba, coming at us. The land of Australia. Who else is here? Who else? So many fine people. People saying hi to Mars Life, but I don't see him. Pale Horse Rider, coming at us. Yeah, guys. Do you think anybody's making decisions? No. You know, Z, what is it then? I'm going to put it like this for everybody. I'll say this again. It's like the 100th time I've said it, but I'll say it again. Just because I can tell you what something is not doesn't mean I have to tell you what it is. That's faulty. It's faulty thinking. It's faulty logic. That goes for anything or anybody. Just because a thing could be falsified does not oblige the individual to then present another theory on top of it. I want you guys to really think about that. See, this is where I start getting kind of like a little, let's say, angry because people are so fucking thick-headed sometimes. Because I can see it very clearly. Just because one falsifies a thing does not obligate that individual to then present a new thing. You get it, guys? Do I have to go deeper into this? All right, maybe I will. Just because I can show you that the cosmology that has been presented to you, a particular model of your world, just because I can show you that it's impossible, does not oblige me to then present a new bullshit model. Because you'll say that all people say, well, Z, if it's not that, then what is it? Tell me what it is, fuckface. Oh, if it's not the stupid globe, tell me what it is, dumbass. Well, I'm not the dumbass. You're the dumbass. All right, see, I'm getting excited. I got to reel it in. That's what happens. I get on here. I start talking to the people. Next thing you know, I start to fucking flip out, lose my shit. I don't have to lose my shit. I don't have to get all emotional about it. It clouds my thinking and my judgment. And it reminds me, it doesn't really matter anyway. Calm down. Calm down. Oh, all right. Whenever I get like this, it's very helpful to me, for me to examine my thoughts, my feelings, my consciousness. And it usually helps to kind of take a step back, kind of pause a little bit and explore these emotions. So maybe I'll do that now. Sometimes I like to do that by doing little entries into my my diary. So if you guys will indulge me, let me just take a moment. You know, I know I'm doing a show and everything, but feelings matter, and I need to address my feelings right now. So I'm going to do so. So please indulge me. Dear Diary, each morning I go on YouTube and I present a show to people. I try to make it humorous and funny because I know there's a lot of people going through rough times. But sometimes it's difficult for me because I have my own real life issues to deal with. And sometimes I lose the humor and I become upset, sad, and angry. And then I start to feel like, well, why am I doing this to myself? I don't have to go on the internet each day and look like a complete fool to like 99.99 repeating percent of the world population when I tell people that all their governments, their educational systems, so-called authorities, that they're all lying to them actively. And the ones that aren't lying are severely deluded to the point where they're just supporting like such audacious lies. And then I go, okay, well, in some ways, I'm in a position in my life where I need to kind of be accountable for my thoughts and emotions because I'm kind of in a position of leadership. I've made it 45 years. I've had my own successes, failures, my trials and tribulations that I've gone through, and I have something to offer to people. I am valuable. I have a unique perspective. And why not share it? I know there's going to be haters and people that troll me, people that threaten me, people threaten my life even. But in spite of this, I'm bringing value to certain people. Oh, I feel better already. And so what? So what that so many people can't understand these certain fundamental things that seem very clear to me? It's not their fault, really. Because much like myself, they have their own frailties, weaknesses, insecurities, and that I should be more understanding of those. I don't need to go online, lash out at people. I don't need to be vitriolic and hateful. I could take the higher road. Thank you, Diary. You're always here for me. I appreciate it so much. The end. All right. Let me get back to the show. Are we still live? All right. Yeah, we're live. Good. We're good. We're still here. Don't mind me, everybody. I just had to take care of something really quickly there. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Green Man says, reach out to Rob Cleveland. What, in my diary? I've already made plenty of diary entries about Rob Cleveland. Rob's going to do his own thing. Who knows what Rob's up to? All right, let me get ready for the next segment. Let's take a little break, and then I'll come back with more Z Show, everybody. Here on a Friday the 13th, again, like that. Apparently that should matter to me somehow. Bear Juice says, haven't seen Rob in a while. And Bear Juice, you're around. You have your eyes and ears on these YouTube streets. So, who knows? Either way, much love. Because it's a mad world, everybody. It's a crazy, kooky, mixed up, strange, mad world. And to tell us about it is our good friend. Take it away, Nathan. We'll be back soon. Don't go anywhere, anybody.
All around me are familiar faces, worn out places, worn out faces, bright and early for their daily races, going nowhere, going nowhere. Their tears are filling up their glasses, no expression, no expression. Hide my head, I wanna drown my sorrow. No tomorrow, no tomorrow. And I find it kinda funny, I find it kinda sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. Find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to take. When people run in circles, it's a very, very mad world. Mad world. Children waiting for the day they feel good. Happy birthday, happy birthday. And I feel the way that every child should. Sit and listen, sit and listen. Went to school and I was very nervous. No one knew me, no one knew me. Hello, teacher, tell me what's my lesson. Look right through me, look right through me. And I find it kind of funny, I find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to take. When people run in circles, it's a very, very mad world. Mad world. Enlarging your world. Mad world. Apocalypse Cabaret.
Many thanks to you, Mr. Sanders. It is a mad world. Nathan Sanders, everybody. The man has gravitas. He defines gravitas. Hey, some people have it. Some people have it, and some people do not. Mr. Sanders has it. Much love. Yeah, he does. He just has it. I don't know. If you don't see it, then I can't help you. It's not my fault if you don't understand it. I can't help you. Sorry, not my problem. It is a mad world. All right, let's see what I have for you guys. Everybody, it's time for #science. I got some good stuff today. Let me get my music up first. I'm nothing without the music. Come on. Get her going. You know what that means, everybody. It's that time of the morning where Z presents #science. I basically present to you what the mainstream considers science. And I kind of break it down and show how stupid it is. And then all my detractors will say, what do you know, Z? What do you know, Z? You think you're smarter than everybody. You think you're a big fancy doctorate makes you so smart. Huh? Who are you? You don't do this for a living. You're not an expert. You're not Neil deGrasse Tyson. You're not Bill Nye the science guy. Hey guys, Bill Nye's not a science guy. Just saying. He just calls himself one. And I'll say, oh, Z, what do you know? You just come on here and say a bunch of blah-bitty-blah. You think you know better? Or the famous one that everybody likes to say to me. The shape debate will never be solved. So what's the point of talking about it? Blah, 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 blah. No. So why even think about it? Just move on with your life. Trust the authorities. Well, how could they lie? Why would they lie? How could so many people be in on it? Blobbity, 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 blobbity. All the while ignoring the obvious lie. It's like, okay, well, let's look at this like logically. Let's look at it as like a matter of hierarchy. What should we look at first? Whether or not a lie was perpetrated or why somebody would lie, how they could lie. Really think about it, everybody. Do I need to teach everybody how to think? I think I do. Because most of y'all have no clue how to think. Because you'll say to me, well, how could they lie? Why would they lie? All the while ignoring the evidence of the lie. Doesn't make sense. It's like this. If I went to like somebody like Moose, and I said, Moose, I have it on good authority, and I have some like evidence that like your wife was cheating on you. I don't want to make it about Moose. He gets sensitive sometimes. Let's make it about Green Man. Sorry, Green Man, but you're kind of a simp, and I know you're married. If I was, and Green Man, you would be like this because you've shown extreme simp-like behavior. If I was like, hey, Green Man, your wife, like, I've kind of like sort of some evidence that your wife's cheating on you, man. And you'd be like, oh, why would she do it? How could she do it? She would never do it. And I'm like, no, Green Man, like I like saw her like getting in the car with some guy, and then I saw her like her head went down, and it was like bobbing up and down, and you'd be like, oh well, you know, maybe it was just maybe I don't know, maybe she dropped her earring and she was looking for it on the floor, and I'm like, well, I don't know. And then I kind of got closer to the car. I took like, you know, I recorded it, and I could see your wife physically blowing like her work husband, like in the parking lot of an Arby's. And then Green Man, you'll still be like, but why would she do it? How could she do it? All her family members would have to be in on it because she tells everything to her sisters and her best friend. They would never lie to me. And how could so many people lie to me? And I'm like, well, Green Man, not only do I have like video evidence of your wife literally blowing her work husband in the Arby's parking lot, but I have like her confessing to it, because I kind of like walked up to her afterwards and I was like, why were you blowing your work husband in the Arby's parking lot when you're married to Green Man? So here's like more. And actually, Green Man, I have her and I could bring her out now. And she's going to tell you that she blew the work husband in the Arby's parking lot. And you're going to still say to me, but why would she do? You guys understand my point? Do I have to spell it out? What I'm saying is, the mass of society will ignore obvious evidence when presented of the lie because they can't grasp the nature, the magnitude of the lie. So maybe stop asking me why they would lie, how they could lie. That's beyond the point. That's the second point. It doesn't really matter why they would lie. It doesn't even matter how they would lie. Let's just look at the evidence and try to figure out if they fucking lied. And then move on. But no, so many people, you're just stuck in a place of cognitive dissonance, confirmation bias. It's immature, it's infantile. You do it because you're scared. You're fearful of losing your identity. An identity that has been defined for you using lies like this. Cuckoo. All right, guys. Today I want to talk to you about a phenomenon, because I'd like to talk to you guys about things that exist by nature, in nature. They just are. They're not theories. They're phenomena. I like to remind people the difference between a phenomenon, a natural phenomenon, something that exists, something we could observe, something we could measure, something that we can repeat. Not theories, not conjecture. Real life natural phenomena. And today I want to bring to you something called an analemma. Well, some of you know about it, but some of you don't. Some of you are going to be like, oh yeah, I know the analemma. And other people are going to be like, what is that? So we're going to talk about it, because I like to bring you guys information. Something of value. Get you thinking. Because certain things get me thinking. And then I go, well, maybe I can get you guys thinking. Maybe, I don't know, some of us will wake the fuck up. So anyway, we're going to talk about the analemma. Let me bring up an image to show you guys, which might kill my music, but I really don't care. So an analemma, in astronomy, an analemma is a diagram showing the position of the sun in the sky as seen from a fixed location on Earth at the same mean solar time, as that position varies over the course of the year. That might sound like a lot. You might have just said, Z, what the fuck did you just say? Well, it's not that complicated. Once I show you an image, you'll say, oh, that's what that means. You can often find these analemma like on the side of a globe. I remember being a kid, it looks like a ribbon, and I would see these things on globes. And I'd say, oh, okay, I know that. I've seen that before. What is that ribbon like image on the side of every globe? Now I know what it is. It's called an analemma. Let me pull it up for you guys. Here it is. Where is it? Yes, there it is. Make this bigger. Did they give us any sound on this? Could use their sound. There it is. Do you see the pattern it's making? When I say it makes a ribbon pattern, so all this is, ladies and gentlemen, is you go outside, you set up a camera, stationary. And at the same time, every day, you snap a picture. All right? You see what it's doing? Over the course of a year, it'll create a very particular pattern in the image. It happens all the time, always. It creates this ribbon-like structure. See it? I'll stop it when it gets to the end. Oops, let me bring it here. Interesting. So what you're seeing is how the sun changes position in the sky relative to time. Notice how one side of the image is skinnier and shorter than the other. They're not symmetrical. I also want to point out another thing that I'll bring up later. Notice how they differ in the southern hemisphere as compared to the northern hemisphere. Why are they different? As this image is showing, if you look at an image from Chile, which is 45 degrees south latitude, you find that during the summertime, the analemma is showing the longer, wider presentation. Juxtapose that to the image from Montreal, Canada, which is 45 degrees north latitude. You see the same image, but it appears to be flipped over, inverted. Why would it do that? Why would it do that? Well, we'll get into that a little bit more later, because I don't know. They tell me that I'm on a globe. They tell me that the seasons are accounted for by the tilt, the axial tilt of this globe as it revolves around the sun, moving at 66,000 miles an hour through the infinite vacuum of space. But which is weird, because under that model, it kind of seems to me that you would see a symmetrical presentation of the sun in the sky, its declination, its angle in relation to time. But we don't see that here. It's asymmetrical in its presentation. Now, we see a pattern, it's cyclical, but asymmetrical nonetheless. I don't know. Does that raise any red flags with any of you guys? Why didn't they teach me about this at school? Why did I always see an analemma on the side of a globe, but no one ever told me about it? I don't know. It's weird. Anyway, I'll let this keep playing as we learn a little bit more about analemmas. Am I still even live? I start to do these, and I don't even know if we're live. Yeah, we're live still. We're live. Come on, play. No, not you. I don't need to see a Russian cosmonaut. Come on. There we go. So where was I? In astronomy, an analemma is a diagram showing the position of the sun in the sky as seen from a fixed location on Earth at the same mean solar time as the position varies over the course of a year, much like we see here in front of us. The diagram will resemble a figure 8. Globes of Earth often display an analemma as a two-dimensional figure of equation of time versus declination of the sun. Declination just means the angle, the vertical angle. The north-south component of the analemma results from changes in the sun's declination due to the tilt of the Earth's axis of rotation. And this is where Z reminds you of why I'm presenting this to you. Because you'll see very rapidly, very cunningly, they went from telling us about what is observable, what is measurable, what is repeatable. They went from telling us about the phenomena to the theory. Oh, Z, what do you know? How do you know it's a theory? Because it's obviously a theory. Because if I can't prove it, and you can't prove it, it's a theory. Because if it was a law, if it was de facto reality, we would be able to prove it. So I asked the question, when you're telling me what an analemma is, when you're telling me that the sun shows a very particular pattern throughout the year in relation to its declination angle and time, I can prove that. I can get a camera, I could put it in my backyard, and each day I could take a snapshot of the sun at the same time. And indeed, I will show this analemma. I can prove it to myself. But then when you tell me that the north-south component of the analemma results from the change in the sun's declination due to the tilt of the Earth's axis of rotation, well, I start to say to myself, that's an interesting theory, but where's your proof? Because you just keep telling it to me over and over and over again. You're presenting it as fact. It's a fact that the analemma exists. It's a fact that the sun's position changes over time throughout the year. But, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is no fact that it's due to the tilt of the Earth's axis of rotation. That is not a fact. That's a theory. But why are you presenting your theory as fact to me in every single article that I search regarding this analemma? Part of me just wants to give you the benefit of the doubt. Just think, that you're just kind of maybe mistaken. That you're a little too zealous about your theory. But the larger part of me just kind of realizes that you're just lying to me. You're deceiving me. I don't know. Let me continue. The east-west component results from the non-uniform rate of change of the sun's right ascension, governed by the combined effects of the Earth's axial tilt and its orbital eccentricity. Oh, got it. So when Z is trying to point out to you what we see on the screen, that although if you're telling me the seasons are due to Earth's tilt, changes in the sky, the sun's angles due to Earth tilt, Why is it different in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere? Why is it inverted? You need to give me your theory, and then you tell me that, well, it's governed by the combined effects of not only the tilt, but the orbital eccentricity of our globe around the sun. Wow. So you're telling me it's an eccentric orbit, which means it's non-linear. Well, let me think about that. So you're telling me we're moving and we're orbiting in a non-linear fashion, in an eccentric fashion. Well, that's interesting to me because I know a little bit about science. I know a little bit about physics. And I know that when something's moving in a non-linear pattern, that necessarily implies acceleration and deceleration. Well, I thought you told me everything's relative, Mr. Einstein, and we don't feel our movement because it's relative. And all these people that give me the examples. Well, the reason you don't feel like you're moving, Z, is because it's like when you're in a car. You don't feel like you're moving when you're in a car, right? Well, no, not when I'm going at a uniform speed. Not when I'm going 60 miles an hour down the highway straight. But what happens if I turn? What happens if I slow down or speed up? What happens then? Yeah, I feel that. Well, you're telling me that this analemma and the asymmetrical pattern noted different places and different regions on this Earth, you're telling me it's because of orbital eccentricity. So you're telling me that there's a change in the rate of speed that we're moving in the solar system, which I know by all laws of physics and all demonstrable applied physical science, that when there's a change in the rate of speed, that is necessarily an acceleration or a deceleration. And I know that when something accelerates or decelerates, you would feel it. But why don't I feel anything? It's almost like you're presenting a theory that goes against physics. It's almost like you're presenting an impossible theory as fact. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm the crazy one because I'm the idiot who comes on here every morning and tries to explain this thing to people as I get laughed at. I don't know. Let me continue. One can photograph an analemma by keeping a camera at a fixed location and orientation, taking multiple exposures throughout a year, always at the same time of day, disregarding daylight savings time. Like I said, what you see on screen, you can do it yourself. Z's not making it up. The person who made this video is not making it up. You can do it yourself. Will you? Do you care enough? Analemmas in the modern sense of the term have been used in conjunction with sundials since the 18th century to convert between apparent and mean solar time. Before this, the term had a more generic meaning that referred to the graphical procedure of representing three-dimensional objects in 2 dimensions, now known as orthographic projection. Again, everybody, just want to ask the question, why when I go to search about observable phenomena in nature am I presented with theory? Is that science? Is that even moral and ethical? When did science become institutionalized, personified? When was academia co-opted exactly? The truth is that really doesn't matter when or how. What matters is understanding that it's been taken over for very likely as long as you or anybody you ever have known has lived. Whether it's been 500 years, whether it's been thousands of years, whether it's been since the beginning of recorded history, for whatever reason, the knowledge of this realm that is known to certain powerful people has been hidden from you, occulted. Very likely it's been carried down through their mystery schools, their secret societies, and otherwise. For whatever reason, there's information and knowledge that exists in this world that is being kept from you. What is being presented to you as science is none other than indoctrination and propaganda. That's why I call it hashtag science. It's science in name only. Science is nothing other than a method of discovery. It's certain principles that men and women have discovered and given to us. Principles that give us a method to form some degree of objective reality in this realm. Science is a method to get beyond your emotions, to get beyond your feelings, to get beyond your subjective solipsistic experience and move to some form of shared understanding of this reality. Science is not an institution. A scientist is not a person. It's not a degree. Science isn't something you achieve. It's something you do. You want to ask me who's a scientist? You're a scientist if you practice science. You don't need a white coat. You don't need a diploma from MIT. You just need some wonder. You need the desire to understand this world objectively. That's all you need to be a scientist. Don't let anybody tell you different. So when guys like Z come on and they say, why is the analemma non-symmetrical and why is it inverted in the northern and southern hemisphere? And guys like Z try to show you the blatant lie that's been presented to you, evidenced by objective, observable reality. Maybe you won't just make fun of me. Maybe you won't dismiss me because you want to hold on to your pre-indoctrinated paradigm because you're scared. Maybe you'll try to move beyond your cognitive dissonance and your confirmation bias and get to some point of truth. And maybe you'll wake up and you'll stop being controlled by a bunch of despotic, elite bloodline lunatics. I don't know, just maybe. Anyway, everybody, that'll do it for today's presentation of hashtag science. And you'll be happy to know that I'm presently compiling all my little my segments into a convenient playlist that will be available shortly. But it takes time. Heidi says, let Z teach. I'm trying, Heidi. I'm trying. You know? Maybe Dr. Z would be taken a little bit more seriously, you know, if I was back at a university as a tenured professor, esoteric warrior. Like all these titles that are presented, all these mainstream news articles from these scientists. Oh, associate professor of blah, blah, blah from Cambridge. Maybe you all take me a little bit more seriously then. Some of you get it. Some of you fucking get it. All right, everybody, let's move on. The link for the StreamYard is in the chat. This is the moment where I invite all you lovely guys and dolls to lend your voice to today's conversation. It is truly an open panel, because that's what we do here in the metaverse. Heidi says, I like Professor Z. I don't know, Heidi. I may have to see you after class. You may need a little bit more instruction from Professor Z. Just saying. Where was I? Don't distract me. I don't need to be distracted by stuff like that. Yes, detention. See me after class, young lady. You've been very naughty. You haven't done your homework. You need extra instruction. See, that's the problem. She says, let Heidi teach too. They always, see, they just can't kind of submit to the teacher. You can't submit to professor. The professor doesn't need any lessons from the students. It doesn't work like that, Heidi. Get with the program. Like I said, links in the chat. Feel free to come on up. Chop it up with your pal Z. We're here each morning from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, holding it down for the Truthiverse. You never know what's going to happen. It's quite exciting. But be careful, everybody. This Truthiverse has a seductive aspect to it. The metaverse has a siren call. Many of you, I'm sure, can understand. It's the illusion of the digital construct. It tends to pull people in. Tends to bring you into a state of sublime hypnosis. Next thing you know, your brain waves become entrained to the frequency of the metaverse. One begins to lose all sense of self in the metaverse. Time becomes distorted. Reality becomes diffuse and obscured in the metaverse. Next thing you know, you're having conversations with people like Illumitami, Axis Rat Blood. And you start to wonder, where am I? Who am I? And then you start to wonder, am I in the metaverse or is this real life? Is this real life? Because I don't know sometimes. Is this real life?
Is this real life?
Yeah, this is.
Is this real life?
Yeah.
Is this real life?
Is this real life? Well, it's not. It's the metaverse. It's not, kid, but you ask a great question.
Is this real life?
It's not real life, Sonny. It's metaversal life. It's life in the metaverse. It's digital life. Welcome to the new age, everybody. The transhumanist agenda has been initiated. All aboard! All aboard the crazy train. Were you prepared for the metaverse? I wasn't. I grew up with a certain understanding of society, people, how people behaved. And then I was introduced to the metaverse and had to throw all that out the window. I was like, oh, you're all fucked in the head. And now I'm here. Lost in the freaking metaverse. Can I escape? Do I want to escape? I see the doors open. But for some reason, I'm not motivated to leave. And I stay here. This weird metaversal experience. Oh, God. strange place, this metaverse. Very weird.
There is a fifth dimension. Beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the tip of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the twilight zone.
Good morning, Cadence. How are we?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
I'm better now that you're here, because I wanted to talk to you. I'm glad you came up.
Good. I want to talk to you too.
Oh, the feeling's mutual. I love when that happens.
Yeah, it is mutual. I'm gonna rip all over your ass. So you go first.
Oh, you came here to rip on me? That's not very nice.
Oh, I know. It's only nice when you can do it, when no one can speak up for themselves.
I mean, that's kind of one of the benefits of having your show. You know, you can kind of go and just kind of say stuff.
Just wait till I have my show, buddy. You're gonna wish you never came on here.
Oh, there's going to be a Cadence show? We can look forward to that?
Yes, you can. I don't know when, but it's gonna happen. I feel it inside of me. I feel like it would be a good thing for me to do. So,
well, it is YouTube. That's kind of the name of the game, you know?
Yes, YouTube. Exactly. You.
So, what are you going to rip on me about?
I don't know. Well, there's a few things. I mean, you talk about me like I'm like this metaversal hoe bag. First off, that's kind of fucked up. So, can you explain that?
Well, I'm not quite sure I agree with your, fundamental premise there. I'm not sure
that might have been going a little far, but you just kind of like, wow, you're really getting around. You're getting around. Someone needs to rein you in. What does that mean? You know?
What do you think it means?
Right, silence. Well, you're the one that's all that and has all the answers. At least you come off that way. So I want to know what the mighty Z, what your thoughts are behind what you said.
The mighty Z. Interesting. I'm sure you're not projecting there at all, like your own internal insecurities onto me, right?
Right. That's it, doctor. That's it. You got me. Silence, huh? That's all we got?
Well, it's probably better that
that's what I thought.
One of the ladies speak to you, Cadence. I'm probably not the guy for the job. You're not going to listen to anything I say. What's the point?
No. I wanted to hear comeback since you've got it all. You've got all the answers. You're sexy. You're the one. You're the guy on here. It's obvious. You're the
Maybe
guy.
I'm just like the guy in your mind. Maybe I'm just like the number one guy in your mind.
There's many guys in my mind. Blah blah blah.
Oh, there's many guys in your mind.
Yeah, why stick to just one? Like you were saying, I mean, just go. I've lived long enough to know that thinking about or just being about one guy is a joke. I mean, then you'll get a guy like you who's like, blah, 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 all day long. And like you said, the cops are going to be there in an hour if I'm alone with you. I don't want none of that shit. I'm not stupid.
Who's the number one guy in your mind? I know who it is. We both know it's Ian.
No, it's not. It's not the one you think it is. I mean, no.
It's not Ian. Who is it? Patrick from OTW News.
Oh yeah, it's Patrick. It was pretty funny the other night. He was up there like, I love you. We all love each other. Love fest. And I'm like, come on now, dude. Who are you pissed at?
I'm not sure what you're referencing, but
Who
is it? Who's your
Go ahead.
Who's your guy? Who's number one? Is it Caged Reality?
Why do you keep asking me that question? When you ask me these certain questions, I almost think, this guy might not be facing the fact there's somewhere inside that there's a reason you're so curious about me. You might just not be getting it.
Well, it could be that, or it could be, that you just kind of keep showing up everywhere, like making yourself.
I've been around since 2016, dude. Before any of you punks, before I ran into you. So
I'm not sure what that really means. You've been around since 2006. So you're saying you've been on the internet since 2016, and like what? Other people haven't.
Around the truth people, okay?
Oh, okay. Who are they? Can you point me to the truth people? I'd like to know. Where are they? Where can I find them? Because you seem to know who the truth people are because you've been around them since 2016.
Well, that part's not very important. I really don't want to give you my answer to that. It just doesn't seem like a fun conversation. So. You don't need to know answers to everything. You're all about your questions. You would have made a really good investigator. Thank you, Moose. This is hilarious. You got it, dude.
So, for whatever reason you're holding out on who your number one metaversal guy is, I'm pretty sure it's Ian from We Are Awake TV. You say no.
I can't believe you think that after. I'm sorry, I have a loud voice and I'm always like, oh my gosh. That's why I turn my volume way down. You should turn my volume down if it's bugging you. Just saying. But anyway, I told you who my favorite was one of the times we've talked. I didn't say he's my favorite, but yeah, because I wouldn't say that because of certain things. But I definitely have someone that blew me out of the water by checking him out.
Oh, it's Austin Whitsitt. You love Whitsitt Gets It.
I can't admit anything.
Wow, so interesting turn of events. You're into Austin Whitsitt of Whitsitt. What is it about Austin that you love so much?
You're the one that's saying that. I didn't say that.
Oh, come on. We know it's Austin.
How do you explain when someone is just sexy and hot and just has all these things about them, smart, kind, nice, doesn't make girls do certain things that involve being sad, blah, blah, blah. He's
Oh, I get it. So Austin Whitsitt's like the nice guy. He's the gentleman. And what am I then? I'm like what, the asshole or something? What is
some
it?
people are very nice guys. Again, I'm not saying names, and you're not a complete asshole. I mean, you're close, but you've got some redeeming qualities. So hey, I need the link to that Twilight remix or something, but I can't get it from you because I'm up here. Damn it. Okay, what were you gonna say now?
So I want you to rank the following 3 people.
Okay,
You don't
let's
have to do it.
rank.
You don't have to do an F, Marry, Kill like we used to, but rank the following 3 people: Austin Whitsitt, Zetetic Warrior, and Ian from We Are Awake TV. Go ahead, rank them.
What do you mean, like rank them like 1 to 10? Like, what do you mean, rank them?
Like who's the number 1 awesome dude?
Oh.
Who's number 2, and who's number 3?
All right, Austin's number 1. Who's the other 2? Some guy that starts with a Z. Who's the
Right.
other, who's the other one?
You know who the other one is? Ian.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, him.
Okay, fine. E number 2 and Z number 3.
Oh, so I knew it. So Ian is ahead of me. I get it. I see how it is.
You know what? There's a really good song that you have to check out. Okay, it's by Remix Bro.
Am I supposed to just really sit up here and listen to Cadence like recommend songs for me? Like, how's that going to help me or my show or anybody else, Miss Cadence? Just to have you like randomly just come up here, make small talk as we're broadcasting. Like, how's that going to help anybody?
All right, go back to your interrogation. Go ahead. I should be asking you all kinds of questions, but then you'll just like...
Go ahead. Now's your time. Ask me whatever you want, Cadence. I'm here for you.
Yeah, right. So, why are you such a baby? Why don't you want to make new friends, no matter where they are?
So you understand you just asked me a loaded question when you said,
Yes,
why are you such a baby? You're
Let's
assuming and you're presupposing that I'm a baby, apparently. But I sense that there's some bias also in your question, because when you say, why am I so opposed to making new friends? I think what you really mean is, why am I opposed to making new friends with you?
with benefits. What man is opposed to that? What? I don't go out here all the time saying, I don't go out here like looking for like friends with benefits, dude. You should feel a little bit something, but you're just whacked in the head, I guess. You're a different species.
Right. So again, you're presenting a scenario that because I'm refusing or in some way not accepting your offer of friends with benefits, that I'm in some way deficient and crazy. I don't really even know where to go from there. I'm kind of feeling like harassed a little bit.
Oh,
this might be digital harassment. We might be violating some community guidelines here.
Why don't you ask some guys in the chat what
I don't know. Let's ask Moose. Moose is a pretty good when it comes to this stuff. Let's see what Moose has to say.
Greetings, everybody.
Moose,
I'd like to say a prayer. Hold on, young lady. I'd like to say a prayer for this man right here, because what he's saying is, look, Candace, he doesn't like Subway. He likes filet mignon, right? Shut up, woman.
You shut up.
Someone needs to put this bitch in her place. I'm trying to talk here. Oh, what?
Z has to like you. You're just like Mr. Come in and be like, I love Z. I'm gonna beat up any girl that tries to talk anything. Z, you're the man.
No, I'm just saying you don't want to hear the fact that he doesn't like Subway. Okay, he wants to go to a steakhouse. That's what he
Yeah,
likes.
fuck off,
And you're
Sunday.
bringing him a roast beef sandwich, telling him that if he doesn't eat it, that he's basically a piece of shit.
I bringing up stuff doesn't mean I'm saying necessarily like it's a go. We're doing a show here. Remember, a show.
No, nobody said it was a go. I'm just saying you're presenting the man with roast beef. The guy's a vegan, right? So like,
Vegan,
you know, like,
yeah.
I'm just making up shit right here. I'm trying to compare the fact that you got roast beef and he doesn't like roast beef. He likes filet mignon. He likes his shit a little more classy. So you class yourself up a little bit. You go, you dress yourself up, you do your hair, and you keep all those naughty thoughts to the private. And then Z might want you.
Well, you know. What can you do? I don't know.
Look, Cadence, you can pay me $39.99 and I'll be your personal life coach. I'll get you a man within the next 30 days. I've got Jack Talcott, I've got B Warrior, I've got Ian from We Are Asleep TV, and Z over here. I've got to find Z somebody with a little more class, all right? You've got enough ass, but he needs some class.
No, Z doesn't want anything. He doesn't want anybody. He might want you. He doesn't seem to be into women, though. You know.
Well, to be honest, women are pretty fucking dumb sometimes, so.
And so are men. Thank you. Yep.
I always find it interesting that when women are basically presented with a situation where they don't get whatever they want whenever they want it, then the guy's just automatically gay. That's where we go. Interesting. So where's the rationale? Where's the logic? Oh, he doesn't want to fuck me, so therefore he's gay. Can you explain it, or I don't know?
I'm fucking with you, period. That's pretty much it.
I'm gonna she said you don't want this Sorry, you don't want this $5 foot long.
I'm gonna give her 3 more names. We're gonna do a fuck, marry, kill. You ready? Cadence?
Sure, I'll play again.
All right.
Why not?
All right. Christos.
Oh Lord.
Sean.
I made Moose laugh. That's great.
Sean Pineal Power. Or Caged Reality. Who would you fuck? Who would you marry? Who would you kill?
You just said we weren't doing that.
Hold on, before you answer that, Cadence, we just have to know whatever happened to Sean because he's been a ghost.
Right.
Well, that's besides the point.
Yeah, it's all about what Z wants to know. That's besides the point, Moose. Jeez.
I want to know who would you fuck and who would you marry and who would you kill out of Christos, Pineal Power, and Cage. I want to see what your taste in men is.
Okay. So Cage, I would kill.
Okay. Kill Cage.
Christos, I would fuck. And Pineal P. That's a crazy name. I guess I would marry him.
You'd marry Pineal Power.
Exactly
Here's why.
He wouldn't fuck you because you'd fuck Christos. You're a dirty broad. You are a dirty broad. Sorry.
I mean, Christos is about to take a little hit here, but Christos might be the fucking weirdest, creepiest guy on these fucking YouTube streets. I don't know what happened to the kid. Christos, you're a weird fucking dude, bro. You're one of the weirdest fucking guys I've seen out here. Very strange young man. Do you have any thoughts on Christos, Moose, or do you want to move on from the Christos conversation?
No, we'll stay here. I mean, I've never seen a man with a giant ass fucking giraffe. And the clothes he was wearing on the panels. I mean, it's almost like he came out of some gay club and just went right on panels. So, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all, Z. I want to be clear. I'm not homophobic or anything. I'm actually fully secure in myself. But Christos, that is a questionable thing, Cadence. Even Baxter is a better position for you.
Baxter.
Well, you bring it up, Moose. Look, obviously Cadence is, like I say, she's climbing up the walls, everybody.
Oh, I am.
She's like a stray cat in heat for some fucking reason. Now, it begs the it begs the it begs the question, Cadence. You live with a man. You live with a man who obviously would love to be availed of your feminine wiles and services. So what's the problem? What's going on there?
I'm not attracted to him that way at all. So.
But
I mean, that's
still
what she says. Sorry, Z, but the thing is Baxter stopped liking roast beef a while ago. You know, when you have too many $5 footlongs, after a while, they just stop tasting good.
Oh my God. You guys are silly. Silly.
So here's my thing. So you had mentioned that if you wanted to entertain a gentleman caller up there in, the Badlands of Michigan, that you would have to do so outside of the home that you live in.
Yes, how is this so hard? This is not impossible.
Because because it's an indication into the relationship between you and the gentleman whose home you call your domicile. If you need to entertain gentlemen callers outside the home, it shows that you are embroiled in more of an emotional relationship that you are admitting to you. How do you answer the charges, Cadence? Go.
Charges, exactly. I'm just being respectful. It's his house, So I have respect.
Wait a second. Moose,
for people I care about.
So a grown woman says she's respecting the home of the man. You live in the house. Is it not your physical address?
It's not like I couldn't. I mean, I've done it before. I'm not going to say I've done it a lot, but it's happened.
And what happened? He didn't like it.
No.
And it caused problems.
No,
it caused problems.
No, it caused only problems in my soul. I have a conscience. So I felt bad about it, honestly.
Yeah, so now the new arrangement is basically as long as she brings Baxter a $50 bill every time she goes out, he's happy.
People are asking me if I'm trying to make her cry again. What's this thing with Moose? Moose, what's this thing where Cadence obviously is making herself very known on these YouTube panels? She's presenting herself in multiple places. But when we ask her the same questions that we would ask anybody else who'd come up here to make an interesting show that's engaging, educational, emotional for people, the women of the audience then all of a sudden have to play this victim role. Are you trying to make her cry again? What is it, Moose? What am I missing? Maybe it's just
everything's your fault. Everybody's a victim advocate out here. It's like, when I jumped on the grenade, everybody's like, "Oh, why would you hurt Moose?" It's like, well, he jumped on a grenade. Like, what do you expect?
Well, it's accountability, right? So it's like I'm talking to Cadence about the things that I find interesting about Cadence, her life, her presentation. Otherwise, if we just talked about what Cadence wants, she'd be like, "What's the link to that song you played?" And then guess what? Nobody would be here listening to any of it. What don't you get, people? Don't you get it? Let's bring her back up.
Don't you get it?
Are you still there?
Yeah,
Are you still there, Cadence?
I'm here.
I want you to come clean about why you cannot live your life in the house that you live in. Are you ashamed of the men that you experience time with? What's going on?
I wouldn't say I'm ashamed, but I would just say, like, what happened was maybe I just didn't care about them enough. Maybe, like I said, it was like more of a, like a human need. Maybe I was just doing something I needed to do. And, I thought I liked those people. It's a really long story, dude. But I'm not going to cry.
So what are the chances are that you'll breathe some life back into Baxter?
Again. What are the
chances we can get you to breathe some life back into that old bastard Baxter?
Breathe some life back into him?
Right, because here's the point, Cadence, is that whether or not you're like attracted to him, we know very well by human history and people's behavior that the evidence that a woman really does not need to be ultra attracted to the guy that she gives herself over to. Oftentimes, sex is used by women as a commodity. There's a value exchange often with the sexual act between men and women. He's obviously offering value to you. What value do you offer back to him?
I take care of the house. I do the stuff around the house, and
Yeah? Like what?
I'm a nice, sweet girl with like good energy. People love me. Not people online, but other people love me.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right,
And that
cool.
benefits
I
him.
want to
So
see the rest
how
of
does
the
that
house.
benefit the man? Yeah.
Z, I got to see the house, dude. I got to see if this thing is clean, if she's doing her job or not.
No. You're not seeing my house, you little punk. No.
See, you see,
Mm-mm.
this is where it all falls apart. We ask you questions, right?
It
And then you
all
start
falls
answering,
apart.
and you say, "Oh yeah, I'm helping around the house and stuff." And then, but your house is a disaster. So, are you really spending
Mhm.
time doing what you're supposed to do, or are you hanging out with us?
A little of both. A little of both.
Cadence, you're online literally every waking hour.
Z, when are you gonna come give me a hug? Come on, Z. I want to give you a big hug.
So let's really look at the math on this. Not like lady math, not female math, like actual math, right? So he's providing a home, he's providing utilities, he's providing safety, comfort. He's basically meeting all of your base needs.
I know, and
you're hold on. And you're providing basically your winning personality. So you're just providing your presence that he's somehow supposed to value, even though he's not in any way able to experience you physically.
My birthday's coming up. Yay! I'm excited.
I'm starting to think you're either artistic or something, because something's wrong with your brain.
Moose, see, here's the part where it's like, do I just need to cut Cadence off from the show? Because it's a no-win situation for me, because I like to bring people up and use their presentation as for a few things, either entertainment, information, both, maybe to have an experience. But then I'll start getting claims from people that I'm, taking advantage of people, using people. Do I just need to cut Cadence off, like for her own good and mine? What do you think?
Yeah, after that creepy little thing that you guys did together, I think it's best that you guys just cut and run for her safety and her well-being. Because I think that by being here, she's going to say a little bit too much of what's on her mind. And she's going to pull a Jack Talcott, man.
Well, she's also, I think, overexposing herself. So when you see her, you can see out the window, you see her backyard. She was at like a diner the other day. If somebody wanted to fucking really like be a super creep, she's leaving too much information about herself. Am I off on this, or do you think I'm being paranoid for? Because we've seen instances where women have been stalked on these lines. Don't think Z's being crazy here. If you don't think it fucking happens, it happens. And I was trying to talk to her about this earlier in the show, Moose. When I said she's overexposing herself. There's too much information about Cadence out here. Look, Don't Judge Me says, be careful, Cadence. All right. Other people are agreeing with me. This Machiavelli saying yes. What are your thoughts, Moose? Or am I just being paranoid for Cadence?
No, I think she's killing herself on metaversely. She needs to rein it in a little bit. If she doesn't want people to know these things and look at her like that, then you shouldn't display yourself like that. See, and she's smiling, shaking her head.
Because you guys are insane. That's why I've never met two such insane people that I'd want to give a hug. I'd actually tackle you. I'd be like, "You're dumb," and I'd give you a big hug.
Moose,
you're gonna eat this roast beef, Z.
Moose, would you do Cadence? I mean, like, let's just say, like, hypothetically, you're not married, you're old, Moose. You're at a bar hanging out with your buddies. You're drinking a little bit. Cadence is there. She's looking all right. You know, the mood's right. Would you go there, or would you just not go there?
So you said I'm only drinking a little, right? That yeah, it would have to be a lot more than a little.
Moose, oh, Moose,
Really?
you do me dirty. You do me dirty like that.
Yeah.
I see.
I'd
No,
smash
you got
Cadence.
the personality. You got the
Oh,
personality.
Yeah, I'm just letting
but
my
the
audience
thing
know
is-
that. Yeah, I'm just letting my audience know. Like, you put me in that situation, and yeah, we'd
Yeah,
smash.
it would only take a few minutes. I'd be like, okay, are we like, what are we doing? That's
Yeah.
what I'd be saying.
Right. I mean, it would be a mistake because you'd present it as a no strings attached thing. Like, I know we'd be able to just go out into the parking lot and like take care of business, but the aftermath, yeah, it's the aftermath that concerns me. It's what happens afterwards.
You have worries that you shouldn't have. I mean, you should be like, let's live in the moment. Let's do this and like have a great time while you're at it.
So, Cadence, I'm gonna put you on like, you know, in school suspension from the Z show.
Oh,
Where like Moose, I'm going with this. We're gonna put a moratorium on having Cadence up here on panel for her own good. You're
for my
free
own
to
good. I think it's
you're
for your
free to
own good.
communicate. You're free to communicate in the chat, lovely lady. But I'm gonna do the right thing and kind of you know,
Well, it's good.
cut the
Other
cord
people,
on Cadence.
well, that's great. Other people will be glad to have me up on their panel. More than happy.
I'm
Just
sure.
don't
Most people are thirsty.
Yeah, don't keep me gone for too long. You might forget about me, and you know, and then I'll forget about you, and you know.
I hardly see that happening, okay? I hardly see that second part happening. But check this out. I think for your safety and everyone else's safety, I think that you should possibly stay off the panels and maybe turn the internet off for a week or two to save face.
Yeah. I like you, Cadence. I'm just saying. We just need to do this. It just has to happen.
It just has to happen.
Yeah, and I
You know,
mean,
because I'm wondering her
look,
behavior.
if I was
Okay,
at the
Moose.
bar-
Like, yeah, hold on. I'm gonna get in trouble here, Moose, because she's like she poses for the camera. Like she's doing grace face with the hand. I know you do the hand under the chin thing, Cadence. I know I know you're doing that on purpose. Yeah, that's called grace face. Z knows what that is, which means you're doing that on purpose. You're presenting yourself here, but in a way that I don't think you're prepared for. I
No,
don't know.
I'm just acting. I'm an actress. So there.
I don't know. All right, I want the ladies of the Z show to reach out to Cadence. Maybe have a conversation with her, please. Like the freak says, all Z is doing is taking himself out of the rotation. Hey, that's fine with me. There's just a lot. There's a lot there. There's a lot going on with you, Cadence. Too much, actually. I don't know, Moose. Help me out.
Insane one, right? You're the insane one, but she's like the one trying to make you drink from her well.
Well, this is where guys get in trouble because they'll get thirst trapped because they'll think, hey, why not? They'll have all their other simp friends, like all these guys in the chat, you know, most of the guys, not all of them. Be like, oh, Z, what's the big deal? Just do it. Oh, you're gay if you don't. No, guys, it's a trap.
Why, you can't have
amazing.
standards? I mean, like, the way she throws herself at you scares the hell out of me. That's like a red flag on the field right there. That's like a double rapper, you know? If they tell you in school not to put 2 condoms on, but then you meet Cadence, and then you're like, well, the only thing I can think is to put 2 or 3 on.
But that guy she lives with, that Baxter, you know, what's his fucking deal? He's just going to put up some chick for years on end just to have her wonderful presence around. You know she's not cleaning that house. Apparently the guy's like an electrician. Come on, we know electricians make bank, dude. He doesn't need... Cadence, you realize that for like $50 a week, he could have that house cleaned. You realize that,
Wow,
right?
dude, that is a good point.
You understand that, Cadence, right? Like the amount of that you're using just in like the water bill alone, not to mention like gas, electric. Do you understand? Like your utility bill far like exceeds what it would cost him to get that house cleaned from top to bottom. You know you're not doing it. Which just means he's just basically putting you up. I don't know. I'm flabbergasted. Let's see if London Man has something to say. He's here. London Man, welcome to the stream.
Salutes. Just like that, Moose became so cool again, bro. Yo, you know, guys been shooting up the shot. I like that.
You know how we do it, London? We do it to everybody, even ourselves.
Facts. Shit. Daddy just on a Zoom call, baby girl. You go back to mommy. Hey, that was hilarious. Hey, give me 2 minutes. I'll be back. Give me 2 minutes. I'm muting up. Hilarious.
Go ahead. Yeah, do your thing. See, I want to get into this with Cadence, but she's going to cry, and then my audience is going to turn on me.
Can we go back to Christos for a second? Because like that,
I would love to go back to Christos because Christos has been showing. Look, I met Christos on these YouTube streets back from the We Are Awake TV days. Christos and I have had private communications with each other. Like I have his email, he has mine. He might have reached out to me first. I might have reached out to him. I don't recall. But Christos and I have communicated personally. Christos is evidencing, and Patrick from OTW News Moose, they're evidencing behavior that to me is fucking beyond comprehension. I'm actually creeped out by them. I'm glad London Man's here when he comes back because we're going to talk about this. I'm actually weirdly fucking creeped out by their presentation. I've never seen men act like that. Frankly, I'm actually even a little concerned about their mentality at this point. It's not a bit. They're fucking weird, and I think it deserves a discussion. Go ahead, Moose. Floor's yours.
Well, so let's start with OTW now. So I went back over there, right? Because I told them, I'd never come back here. And you know how I do that. I like to stir up the pot. But, dude, I come back, and it's nothing but love. It's like when I left the house, it was like we were firing guns at each other. I was trying to burn the house down with him in it. And then I come back and it's like, oh, welcome back home, Moose. Welcome back home. It's like, man, this is a warped reality. I'm feeling like none of these people are real anymore. We got Cadence walking through the door. She's ready to just take it all off. Take me, Z, take me. You know, and then we got Christos with this giant giraffe. He's going on all these different panels. He's hanging out with Svetlana. They call us insane, but I'm looking at them like, is this even real, bro? Is this real?
Fucking Elvis. Damn. Hey, it's weird, right? You know, the other day I was watching a movie and the movie kind of reminded me of the metaverse, right? You know, like when they show you in those old school war movies when one camp would come into another camp, burn it down, kidnap the children, right? Sort of almost like a 300 Spartan thing, right? And then raise the children to be crazy killers. You ever seen those type of movies?
So you're basically saying, London Man, that the Unslavia raided the We Are Awake TV village, plundered, looted, and now like has taken over the children and raised them up in their ways.
There you go.
That's actually hilarious. It kind of seems like that.
Yeah.
Christos may be the slimiest of all of them. He may indeed be the fucking most fucked up of all of them, dude.
He'd be the first one in line if blowjobs were a necessity to be part of the cult. Like I guarantee he'd be on his knees.
Leave Christos alone.
Right.
Oh, shit.
Like Christos is now like supposedly beyond reproach. Like he's not a grown man. I mean, look. in his favor, he is very young. All right, he's one of the younger members of the metaversal community. But that being said, his behavior is beyond.
Bro, come on, dude.
It's beyond comprehension. Christos, I know you're listening. Christos is another one. There's certain people that listen to my show all the time, but they don't comment because, reasons. And then they'll just pipe up every once in a while. You tell me, says Christos would backstab his mother to join the cult. I agree. I think OTW's in that territory too.
Look at those moves, dude. Like, I've never seen a straight dude move like that.
He goes into the fetal position, then up again. That's cold. Robot.
I mean, he moves pretty well. He's got some good moves. Why can't I make this large? I don't know how to make the YouTube shorts larger, but anyway, doesn't matter. Christos, get help, dude. You're fucking acting weird and strange and slimy and creepy, dude.
But what about Cadence, dude? She's the one who says that she would pick him out of all of them. Like, come on, look at this.
Well, it is Cadence now. Cadence, I don't want to bring you up. She's still fucking backstage, but I don't. Like, my instincts are telling me to cut the cord on Cadence. My instincts are telling me to cut the fucking cord on her. London, what should I do with somebody like Cadence? Because in a lot of ways, I could play the Cadence thing out for content for weeks on end. I can keep bringing her up. I could put the creepy music on. Like, her behavior is so fucking audacious and atypical that it really is radio gold in my world. But there's the part of me that says, no, Z, don't do it. It's too easy. Let it go.
Yeah, no. Hey, that baby girl. You got to cut her some slack. That's baby girl right there. She's there for us, Z. She's there for us. You cut her some slack for me. That baby girl right there.
Yeah, he's right. He's right. We should cut her some slack. But I do got to point out how she went from a $5 footlong to now she's like a 99-cent cheeseburger.
Yeah. Like, don't judge me, says Z is concerned. Don't judge me. I am a little concerned about Cadence. So I'm like struggling. I have like a paradox going on inside of me, a dilemma, so to speak, because I don't want to overexpose her, if you want to know the truth. Like, I don't want to fucking overexpose her. I don't think she knows what she's getting into. All right. I think she has no idea what this fucking metaverse is. I'm being really serious. London, am I like being too serious about this whole thing? Should I just kind of be a little bit more loosey-goosey? Because sometimes I feel like I can't win. Because either way, I'm going to take heat. So I actually just think I'm going to cut her loose.
There you go. There you go. Salutes to the lovely Cadence.
Yeah. Much love, Cadence.
Salute, Cadence.
We're gonna put you on ice. Enjoy the chat, Cadence. I'm actually gonna kick her out of backstage, like for real, because I'm like tempted to keep bringing her up. Because she's fucking back there.
She's got a good smile, though. She's got a great smile.
DeFreak says she's going to find a lover, whether you let her overexpose. Well, DeFreak, that's on her. My hands are clean afterwards. Whatever she does after this is on her. She can go find a lover. She doesn't need to do it on the metaverse. The other thing, London and Moose, is I don't think here's the weird part about Cadence. I don't think she gives a fuck about the topics that are discussed here. I want to know what you think. I don't think she fucking she loves Austin Whitsitt, but has no clue about flat Earth. He's like the ultimate flat earther. She has no concern about the flat Earth. I don't think she gives two fucks about the flat Earth. She's over at London Man's channel. London Man's dropping knowledge about crater Earth, titans, giant megalithic structures that may be evidence of a huge macro civilization that was once here. I don't think she gives a fuck about your fucking titans, London Man.
Z, she's past that, bro.
I don't think she gives
don't
two
understand
fucks
she's onto
for
the
some
dome.
reason. Cadence, why are you here, Cadence? Look, she's laughing. Why the fuck?
She's looking for the dome, Z.
Yeah, she's Yeah, the dome, the fucking dome, and she bobs her head up and down in the Arby's parking lot. That kind of dome.
Fuck yeah, hell.
Right, Heidi. I don't want to be Cadence's daddy. I don't need to be anybody's daddy. She is looking for the dome. She's looking to give dome all around the fucking metaverse. Unbelievable. That's the dome she's looking for. Cadence, I don't understand you. You're here for weird reasons. And guys, some people think she's an agent. Could you imagine she'd be the ultimate plant? Maybe Baxter's her handler. Maybe Baxter's some kind of 3-letter agency like MI6 motherfucker.
MI6.
I don't know.
Get out. Fuck yeah. Excuse my language.
If she's Baxter's handler, she hasn't been handling him in a while.
Damn.
Yeah, she's like, come on, Cadence. She's not interested. She doesn't give a fuck about truth. I know you're not into these topics. Cadence, I know you don't give a fuck about what I talk about. Why are you here?
Isn't that the best kind of girl, though? She doesn't care what you're talking about, but she's ready for you.
Well, it means that she's suspect a little bit. Like, I guarantee you, Cadence. All right, Cadence, come back up. Because I want to quiz you, Cadence. Because as much time as you spend on these communities, there's certain things you should know. All right, Cadence, come back up here. You're reeling me back in. Get up here. She said, all right, come up. She said, say it to my face. This is where I'm going to get in trouble. This is where I can't resist fucking jumping off the fucking cliff. Yeah, I know, Heidi. It just is what it is. Come on, Cadence. Put your money where your mouth is. She says, say that to my face, little boy.
That's my girl.
Name.
Fight back. Fight back, girl. That's my girl. Fight back. Oh, shit.
Come on, Cadence. You want to have a show? All right, let's bring her up.
Hey, this is the type of community I like, bro, where everyone can laugh and smile and giggle, and it's all shooting the shit after, right? It's all shooting the shit, bro. No one's getting hurt. It's all, hey, I love this. Keep going. Hit the like button.
Exactly.
Like
We
button.
need a lot more of this. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Cadence, lovely Cadence.
Do you believe in the curve or what?
Hold on. Let's do this the right way, Cadence. We're gonna really put you to the test here, because did you hear what I was saying? That I'm a little confused by you, because although you're basically spending all your waking hours around these communities, I have a suspicion that you don't give a fuck. That you don't give a fuck about any of the topics that are covered.
I care very much about truth. That's why I'm here. Fuck anyone else. I care for learning and truth.
You do?
Yeah. I do?
Are you
yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, Daddy. I'm sure.
Oh, I knew we needed to hear that. I'm going to clip that. So I have one question for you. Jack Talcott said that he paid a woman for her time, right? He paid a woman for her time, and she spent some time with him. That time was spent, I believe she was naked. And how do you feel about that? Do you feel like it's, I mean, would you do that for Baxter? If we raise money for Baxter, would you get back on the train?
Is that a real story that Jack? No.
Yeah, no, it's 100% real. 100% real. Tommy will have it posted soon.
Oh yeah, Tommy. Toonie is on it. Anyway,
just answer the damn question,
about
woman. Why do you gotta deflect?
Oh, okay. We'll ask it again.
If Baxter paid you a little more, do you think you would?
He's already paying her with everything.
No,
because he gave it up for free. Baxter could have negotiated a better deal with her a long time ago. He missed the boat. It's too late to change course.
Well, guess
now.
what, Dean?
There was
a
time where
you could talk about it. If you're that concerned, bring your happy ass over here and meet him so he can get down to business and you can get happier. Hello?
All right, young lady, we're putting you to the test, young lady. We're putting you to the test because you've been around these YouTube streets for a long time, right?
Yeah.
So you should know a little something about the topics that are covered here. So I'm going to put you to the test. Are you ready?
I'm going to try my best. Yeah.
This music is awesome, by the way.
You shouldn't have to try your best because you're here all the time. I'm not going to ask you anything complicated. I'm going to ask you easy shit.
Let's go! Come on, Z!
Shut up. I'm building anticipation. Maybe you'll fucking learn something.
Oh! Oh!
All right, Cadence. Lovely Cadence. The first question for you. I see you. You're pretty much at London Man's channel for all of his broadcasts. So you should know the question I'm about to ask you.
Dude, don't get all like this with me, but go ahead. You can't, like, go ahead.
Whoa, dude. Don't tell the host what he can and can't do, all right? Continue.
Okay. Go ahead, Z. Freedom.
The question is...
Go.
The question is, London Man often presents what he calls titans, which were large creatures that apparently existed a long time ago and that now make up many of the geographical structures that we can see evidenced around the world today. My question for you, Cadence, the mythical bird that he references has a name. What is the name of that bird?
I have to stop the quiz now because what's going to happen is I don't pay enough attention as I should. That's on like the tip of my tongue, but I'm not.
So your mouth is open, but your ears
Gentlemen,
aren't,
do you see what I'm trying to show you?
But we're not talking about.
She's at London Man's show every single day that he broadcasts. I asked her probably one of the more basic questions that a London Man listener would know. Now she's diverting. Do you want to take a guess, Cadence? Do you want to take a guess?
Phoenix. Would that be no? Oh, parrot? No. There was
no. That is
about
incorrect. The answer is Ziz. Ziz is the answer. All right, you're 0 for 1. You're 0 for 1.
I'm grounded. Oh,
London Man, London Man, this was a startling revelation. She did not know Ziz. Do you have any comments?
Well, I mean, she did try to steer it back on track, Z, when she came with the parrot. I did hear a parrot in there, so maybe you know I do talk about the celestial bird, and the celestial bird is a parrot. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, I was rooting for Ziz. I was hoping she did say Ziz, but you know she still said parrot. So I mean, what we got there, Z? What we got there? You let me know. It's a toss up, Z. It's a toss up.
Either way, she should have known Ziz.
Correct. You are right there, Z. You are right.
That's 0 for 1, Cadence. Let me continue. Ready? Are you ready, Cadence?
No, I don't want to be.
Cadence, this is a game show.
Fucker, this is no fun.
This is a game show. You ready? Here's your next question. All right.
Your brain is a game show.
Cadence, I had Flow State in the back, and he left, so you can't leave now. I'm leaving guests. I'm leaving guests out to dry for this segment.
Jeez.
What's wrong with
Ears
you?
open, mouth shut for a second, Cadence, okay?
Unbelievable.
Ears open, mouth shut.
Right, go ahead.
All right. Cadence, you are a frequent listener to the Paul Enslaved channel, are you not?
I do listen to him. Yeah, I do.
Okay, so you should know some basic questions when it comes to Mr. Enslaved and his philosophies, his understandings, and as he would say, his understandings. So I ask you a question. Ready?
Oh, yeah. I'm
All
ready.
right. Hold on. Where'd my music go?
Does it have to do with him doing his 5-minute seminar on sucking his own dick?
Oh Lord. I mean, I don't listen. I don't know about that, but anyway.
Moose is wild. He's wild.
I'm not sure where that came from.
Yes,
Moose,
London.
but
This is wild.
let's move on.
I'm sorry, you didn't see Tommy posted that? Tommy posted a video of Mr. Unslavious explaining how he can suck his own thingamajig.
Damn.
Well, I don't know if I'm horrified or jealous. Anyway, so Cadence, since you are such a lover of the truth, as you said, and you frequent these communities so often. Hold
You
on.
better hurry. 9 o'clock is fast approaching.
You're my producer now. I guess you're my producer.
What
Here's
do you
the
have to
question,
do at
Kate.
9 o'clock, Cadence? Jesus.
Yeah, right.
No, I just wanted to rip on him. Let's go, Z. Let's go.
Mr. Unslavious usually talks about that there's more than one jurisdiction.
Oh, God.
How many jurisdictions are referenced on the Unslavious channel?
Before you answer that, he said more than just dick, Cadence, okay? He said juris.
Jurisdiction.
I withdraw from
is
this
there a-
quiz program. I do not want to be quizzed on this sort of thing. I listen and I have fun and I take notes and I don't need to answer, like I'm in school.
You don't fucking take notes.
So, for any of the listening audience, the answer is dual jurisdiction. Mr. Unslavious often references the idea of a dual jurisdiction, which is found amongst many of the so-called soft-sit community, which is interesting because anybody who spends even a moderate amount of time at that channel would probably be able to answer that question. Although, Cadence, for some reason, you were unable to do so. So it begs the question, Cadence, what are you doing around these communities? Why are you here? It's not for the truth. It's not for the information, obviously, as evidenced by this game show. Speak for yourself, Cadence. You have been called out to the floor. How do you answer the charge that you are here for reasons other than the truth?
I pop in and out of channels. I mean, I'm kind of, I can't answer. I'm in trouble. Z, are you gonna
Look, if you were a dude, Cadence, you would probably be paying child support to like multiple women.
Damn. Hey, yo. Fucking hell, Moose. Yo, Moose. Damn. Fucking hell. Hey, if the shoe was on the other foot, right, Moose? Yeah, I feel you. She'll have to be paying at a lot of fear. Yeah. Hey, that was cold. That was cold.
So let's examine this, gentlemen. Once again, Z proved himself to be completely on point and on target. Because, notice, when I pressed her, it kind of seems like you're here, Cadence, to socialize. In a way, you're almost putting yourself out there. Maybe you're lonely. Maybe you're here to reach out for attention. I don't know why you're here. But it doesn't seem like you're really here for the information and the truth. And then I ask her probably the two most basic questions that can be asked about those who follow these channels. And she wasn't even close to giving the right answer. What do you make of that? So sociologically, psychologically, how are we to view this type of presentation? I'd like to hear your thoughts, gentlemen.
Hey, I'm just happy to be here, Z. I'm really just happy to be here after what's been going on in the last few days, weeks or so, even months, some could argue. I'm just happy to be a part of this community at this time, at this moment in time, especially with people like Cadence and yourself, Yeah, I'm just happy to be here, Z. It's good to be here. It's good to
I'm
be
not
alive.
sure I'm happy, London, to be honest. I feel like I'm trapped in a sea of mentally handicapped individuals, and I just happen to be floating above water barely.
you know what's crazy, right? Because like I said, you got the humans and you got the Tommies, right? And then I think you'd even got the Jack Talcotts, right? You got the humans, the Tommies, and the Jacks. And I think like this is the way of life I'm seeing. You know, everyone coming together, whether it's Jacks and Tommies and humans, and at the same time, I can see something beautiful coming out of it if we let the course just take its true nature. You know, if we let the course take its true nature. And yeah, I'm quite sure, you know, it's going to be a rocky road, but there's some good things to come out of this, man. Some good things to come out of this.
So let me ask you guys this, because right here in this morning, we're able to have, you know, some laughs. It's all light. It's all Gucci. You know, I was able to present some like informational stuff. You guys, you know, I have kind of my narratives, the messages that I like to convey here. But what are we going to see moving forward? Are we going to see a time where these communities become a little bit more essential to our, even our survival, not just socially, but in a real way? Are we looking at like
God help us if that's the truth.
Right, because here's the thing, Moose. Because I originally came on around these communities with a certain understanding, that I'd probably be able to meet like-minded people, form alliances of mutual self-interest, and in some way form communities that can be used and developed into, you know, logistical relationships. I don't see it happening, dude. I don't fucking see it, which to me is a little bit disheartening. I'm seeing this as a different thing. It doesn't mean that there's no value with the discourse we have here, but to me, I don't see any real life. I don't see any real life relationship with these communities. I've taken a whole new stance on this, and maybe Cadence is right. Maybe this is just about Wait, she says she's off to dance class. So Cadence goes to dance class.
What kind of dance does she do? Pole dancing?
Oh my God.
I mean,
do you teach the class?
Teacher.
She's got how many poles in her hand at once? That's the trick.
Uh-oh.
All right, guys, let's move on. I'm going to get to the news. Right. Much love, guys. Any final thoughts for the audience? Go ahead.
I want to go to Jack real fast. Jack, because I was thinking last night, right? I'm sitting there in bed. I'm thinking, you know, Jack is never going to achieve the goal, right? So what it really like comes down to me is he's like one of these football fans, right? He's like one of those fucking football armchair quarterbacks. Like he's sitting there on the couch and he's telling everybody else how they're going to save the world for him, right? And so I think that if I created a video game where Jack could talk to the UN through the video game, I think that would actually sell. He would buy it hands down, this fucking dude, because I don't think Jack's intentions are actually to ever get off of the couch. I think his intent is to sit there and make a living from his chair. I could be wrong, though.
Interesting take. Fair enough, though. London, what do you got for us? Any final thoughts?
I haven't, to be honest. I haven't. I'm just still smiling with what's been happening and said today. It's been quite fun today, actually. So I'm gonna leave it there. Just smiles and hugs all around, man. Smiles and hugs all around.
Peace and love, brother. I'm gonna leave you guys with this right here, okay, folks? Guys, men out there, real men, don't settle for roast beef. Go for that filet mignon, baby.
I don't know, though, because sometimes that Arby's roast beef kind of, you know, it's kind of enticing. It still tastes good. It's cheap. It's convenient. I don't know. I'm not so willing to just trash the Arby's roast beef and go for the filet mignon each time. Sometimes it's okay just to go. I know, London man, you're a vegan, so it doesn't apply. But just substitute the tofu option, and I'm sure we can make the same point. All right, London, much love, dude. Are you going on the rebuttal bar this weekend, or
should be?
Forward
Yes.
to that.
Indeed. Much love, Z.
Back at you. Let's talk to Morgan. I got Morgan back here. He's been waiting intently. I don't want to ignore Morgan. I already ignored flow state. I feel bad enough. I like talking to flow state, but people have time. They have things, things to do. Not everybody could just wait in Z's backstage all morning as I go through a bunch of nonsense with a lovely Cadence. Where are you, Morgan? Where's my tab? Did I lose you? Where are you? Morgan, welcome to the show. Good sir, good sir.
Well, isn't Candace just lovely? And I noticed you kept on bringing her on because you know what I found? I found her charming as well. I found that every time she came on, my heart fluttered a little bit.
She does have a charm to her. She's
just stating. Yes, go ahead.
I like her too, Morgan. I like her. That's probably why I'm a little bit concerned for her. And you guys can make fun of me. That's fine. But I don't think she I think she's a little in over her head, if you know the truth.
She's up on a Friday to go to a class at 9:30 or 9:15 or whatever. So I noticed that right away when I saw her. I thought that she's getting ready to go to a course in a local college, for something like learning to paint or something, because I know the local college. I know how they work. I know when they offer courses. And Friday is is one of those days. So she's off to, what was it, a dancing course? What is she?
Yeah, she said dancing. That was very intuitive.
Yeah. And I picked up on that. Right away. I try to notice those things.
Right, like Angela Baby Carson says, yeah, leave her alone. How am I going to leave her alone, Angela? She comes up on my panel every day. She won't shut the fuck up and chat. What do you mean leave her alone?
I don't think they mean leave her alone. I think they mean the dig, or maybe
they mean
mean,
be nice.
I don't think you're being mean. I think that there was a mean element. I think it was funny because it kind of bounced right off of her, and that was part of her charm. She didn't let the negativity break her down, or the coarseness of some of the comments, because she understood men bring up sex when they're talking to women because they're attracted. So don't take it as, I should be so offended. It's like they're stupid men and they're bringing up penis and cock because they find you cute. They don't know what else to do. And she understood that intrinsically, which I also thought was very charming. It's Friday the 13th and in October, and this does remind me of being a kid and Halloween. It was my favorite. I think it was probably other than next to Christmas, because they're giving away free candy and everybody, gets everything all scary and everything. And I loved that as a kid, dressing up and going out and everything like that. And there's always that religious aspect of the war that the religions would always have with it. So they'd always have super fun night at the church or whatever. And it's you'd feel sorry for the kids that got dragged to that, But yeah, Friday the 13th.
Morgan, I feel sorry for every kid that exists nowadays, man. It doesn't seem like a great time to be a child. I don't know, maybe I'm missing out, but
no, it
the elements of childhood, there's certain elements of childhood that were somewhat sacred, sacrosanct. I remember being on the playground.
Mm-hmm.
I could think back and the interactions, the socialization that would happen there, talking with your friends, goofing around, almost like an innocence that's lost. There's an innocence that's gone, and it makes me sad a little bit.
Yes, and also in the little groups that you have to learn those things, hey, you're welcome in our little group. Whether it's just 3 people that were playing on the monkey bars, and then a new person arrives, and you realize in that moment, oh, I'm in. Just those little socializations, that you realize that people are like the same, and then those are essential. Those are essential, and you get those playing on the monkey bars and stuff, like in schools and whatnot. Except now we hear that they're not playing in the schoolyards anymore. They've got them standing in the things or whatever, 6 feet apart. Now I imagine they've gone back to playing since, I hope, since this craziness somewhat calmed down a bit.
Well, yeah, Morgan, as if that makes it better. Like, oh, well, it's back to normal now, so we're just going to forget about the 3 years where we totally fucked them over.
Yeah.
You know,
it seems like the poor, okay, you know how the poor in society always seem to have the things affect them the most, obviously, because they can't affect them, you know, with their money or just by going somewhere else. It's like we have to go where we can afford to live, and that marginalizes them, and that's how they get marginalized. But the children are already, like you said, they're being marginalized already. And when you see them in like Japan with those, or China with those things on their heads, and the parents that are like okayed it, and all day long they've got that VR helmet, and it can tell when they're not paying attention, and it like gives them a shock to get them back to like focused or whatever its calibration says is focusing. And that's and to imagine doing that to a child. I remember being that age, and all the things that were going on with me. There's a portion of your brain that says, I'm angry and I'm going to try and end this when I get older. And you don't have any limits on how you're going to end it. You know, like, I mean, now that usually subsides in a couple of years when you learn other ways to get out, like to do things. But when you're 5 and 6 and 7, like whatever, and you're being bombarded by all these things, overwhelmed, it breaks a child. It really does. You know, like how when a parent's being overbearing and they don't understand why the child's acting out instead of obeying, it's because they've been broken. It's too much. It's too much. So they'd rather just act out and, you know, than continue to have this conformity, like absolute conformity enforced upon them. And then like to know that it's for no reason. You know what I mean? Like the adults, like, you guys even know what's going on? And then to find out, no, you didn't. Except, you know what? I think they all did. It's in order to have those kids controlled, like, and maybe to make them break and flip, to have more crazies in the world, so that they'll be more like, you know how they're faking the incidents where so they can get gun control and all that with the Columbines and all that or whatever. Well, I think it's to create real ones and people that will actually go nuts, like what they're doing to the, you know, the kids are ultimately stressed for like those 3 years. I think it's to create little time bombs so that they'll go off, and they can use those as a event solution. You know, the thing that they do in the Illuminati, the event solution, whatever. I forget the 3 words. You make something happen so that you can solve it to get what you want to put in place. That thing. I think that they're deliberately wrecking the children so that they can do that. You know, I don't know what you think about that, but I think.
Well, I think it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you're referencing the, you know, the proverbial Hegelian dialectic.
Yes.
Of the, you know, where you basically create the problem.
Yes.
You know, and then you trigger a reaction, and then you provide the solution.
Yes.
It's all controlled from the top. It's manipulation, you know, 101.
Absolutely. And as well, to go along with that, if someone might say, okay, find some other elements to go along with that, to put into that recipe. And I'll say, I have watched the men coming into the borders and listened to the most intelligent question being asked, which is, where are their families? They are all military-aged men without their families being let in. Then I looked at the American military to see what policies they have. And the thing is, the American military right now, they don't have the amount of soldiers that they normally do. Their recruitment is way down. Now, there's this law about using men from other countries as your soldiers or whatever. And they have to let them, that's what they're doing. They are letting in men of conscription age. Conscription means that you can say you must go to war if you're here. And those are the men that they're letting in from Mexico, because there's something politically that shuts that down if they don't get that done while the Democrats are in or something in a certain amount of time, there's a bill that allows them until like a few months from now to let people in like through a clause, and they can do like Somalian, whatever. But that's the thing. These men coming in are all military aged, and it's like, where are their families? They're not with them because they're being sent in here, and then they're going to be activated here. First of all, from other countries for destabilization of America, the Muslims, even though you're like, wait, you just said two things. American wants them for their military and for the destabilization of America. Yes. Yes. Like the Muslims from other countries are being let into every single other countries from Somalia, from wherever, and it's the single men without families. And then from America, because look, both sides of every war are being funded. So they just need more men for the war in general. So the men are being allowed from down south to come up. They'll be conscripted for America. The other men from the other countries are coming in from the other way, and they're all going to cause a civil unrest like you've never seen. And that's what I think.
Morgan laying it down for everybody. I don't even know how to respond to that, Morgan. Who else is in the back? I wonder. Starting to get a weird feeling coming over me. It happens sometimes. I start to feel like a creepy vibe. Oh no. You're right, don't judge me. She got it, it's Cage. But he left. He hates his music. He hates it so much that he left. Yeah, you're not going to see him, Moose. He doesn't like his music, so he leaves. It is creepy, I know. What happened, Cage? You ran away when you heard your music. Instantaneously, he left. As if that's going to stop me. Mr. Cage. Are you going to come back, or are you going to be a little baby? Oh, Z, everything I say is so important. You ruin it with the sound effects. No, Cage, I make it with the sound effects. That's what you don't understand. If we wanted to hear you just drone on about the same three things over and over again, we'd go to your channel. If I'm going to have you here, I need to spice it up a little bit. It's all about the spice, Cage. You're not that interesting otherwise. Let's bring him up. Are you there, weirdo? Hello? Mr. Cage? Oh, I see. Now he's not going to talk. So he's like, oh, I'll come on, but I won't talk. All right. You can play that game. Uncle Bear Juice says forget about him. Cage, this is a game you're not going to win. You realize that, right? Dick says the thing about Cage is you have to make him interesting. Well, he's interesting. In and of himself, he is an interesting cat, but it's the presentation. He must be presented in a very particular fashion. I mean, Cage, we could just sit here and listen to your goofy theme the whole time. like Cage is so important that he's the one person that I'm going to bring up and not have sound effects. Cage, I could probably do a better you than you. I'll just do like a Cage impersonation. We'll go from there. I could do that whole thing. Like I have all the Cage I need, just prepackaged and canned. Like I could just demonstrate that right now for everybody. Where is it? Where's my caged can stuff? Here it is. Cage, you're not that interesting.
Right,
oh, now see, now I got to take you off because now you decide you're going to talk to me. Hold on. He's playing reindeer games with me. It's like the audience isn't waiting here all morning. They're like, oh, I'm going to watch Z for hours on end in hopes that caged reality comes up and says some like really enlightening bullshit. Right? That's not how it works, Mr. Cage.
Has already been paid for. Round and round we go. What seat would you like? Would you like a seat up front, in the middle, or somewhere in behind? You know what I mean? Either way, you're on the ride. So what topic would you like to look into? Yeah? Reality. Really, reality is formulated through a subconscious mind. So we're always talking about, everyone's always talking about this shit that's going on and all this bullshit, and no one ever gets any solution. What about this? What about I give you a solution, right? And that's what the only way out is in. The cage only opens up from the inside. So pretty much what we have to do is this. We have to reprogram our mind. Every thought that comes into your fucking mind, you have to analyze that, look at it, be like, okay, why is this coming into my mind? Where is this coming from? Is it mine? You have to mentally transmute it. It's called mental alchemy. It's turning lead to gold. So pretty much we have to look at all this stuff that comes into our mind, and we have to do through visualization, through every day, every thought. You know, we have to change it consciously in order to change what's programmed into us. You know what I mean? If we do this for even a year, imagine this: we sat there for a year, and every thought that came into our mind, you know, we transmuted that into something positive for everyone around us, the people around us, our loved ones, our family, and everyone else. You know what I mean?
You see, Cage, I don't really need you. I have all I need of you. I could just metaversally recreate you. You don't really bring anything new to the conversation. You just kind of fucking loop consistently about the same shit. Why do I actually need you here? I have my own cage.
Well, I'm just saying, you went out of your way to somehow record my voice and then mix it into a song that you also created with apparently. and then you claimed as my background music, even as a creation of your own. Well, that's fine. You know, Izzy. How you been, bud? I haven't been on here for a while.
How have you been, Mr. Cage? What brings you to the show? What's going on with you?
I figured I'd check in, you know, see what he's doing. You've been on mine. You popped in once without the hat. If you guys ever see Z without the hat, he's like the real. He's not the persona anymore. He becomes like a different person. See him without the hat on.
Well, people have seen me without the hat. I have videos on my channel without the hat. I can pull them up
No,
now.
you take the hat off though. Like, you know, you talk differently. Everything. You're a whole different person.
Oh, so that's your theory? Is like the hat? I put the hat on and I transform into the Z
You
persona.
transform into Z, yeah. You know, for the metaverse, or, you know, for the internet, you know, you become the Z persona.
Well, you might be on to something there. What turns you into the Cage persona, or is this your personality?
This is me all the time, unfortunately.
I can imagine. I bet you're a real handful in real life. I bet you're a real fucking bed of roses, huh?
No, not really. Like I'm very you know, you probably want to know a guy like Cage around in your life.
Oh, really? I often find that when people try to like describe themselves, it usually never matches the actual reality. When people are like, "Oh, I'm like this," it's like, you know what I mean? Like,
it's up to perception, you know. I'll just go with whatever you say. Then I'm sure your disturbance on point. You know?
Yeah. Like this person, Tracy B says, I've seen Z, and I think I know him pretty well. You have, Tracy? Are you somebody that I know that I don't know that I know you? Interesting. See, Tracy's seen me. She thinks she knows me pretty well. But I don't think anybody knows you, Cage. I think it might be a little bit of a mystery. The caged reality mystery.
People know what I look like, but I even go back OTW as I did a face reveal on his bullshit the other day, but you know what I mean?
OTW did what? He talked about you, you said?
No, I was on OTWs, and yeah, I show people what I look. People know what I look like. Don't worry. Like, it's not like I'm scared to show people. I just prefer not to go on camera. You know, people. I don't want to be in. You know, I'm not out here trying to be like on the internet like that.
Are you going to say something this morning? Cage is going to bore me and my audience to fucking tears.
What do you want to talk about? You want to talk about the electromagnetic realm and how you're obsessed with the flat Earth? And
you came here. I'm not obsessed with the flat Earth. I just, you know, kind of like to know where I live. I don't like being lied to. It doesn't make me obsessed, goofy.
Well, it's not that. I'm not saying that, and don't take it the wrong way. But I'm just saying it's. Yeah, I think it's all like a mental projection being put out. You know what I mean? Like, who gives a fuck? You guys are all stuck, as a Jew is called, Malkuth. Right? Why are we all stuck in Malkuth? Right? We always
maybe you're stuck in Malkuth. Maybe I'm not stuck in Malkuth. Maybe just you are. And you
I think we all are. I think we all are. That's why it's called cage. It's the cage, bro. You know. Now you got to put on your retarded music you created yourself. Okay.
It's not my music. It's your music. It's made for you. When else am I going to play your music?
Who created it? You did.
I tried to play it for Access Rap Blood, and he got fucking insanely pissed off about it.
It's all right, but no, seriously, Z, we can get into someone like, you know, like a pertinent topic that's relevant to, you know, the people that are listening. You know, we can get deep into it. How deep would you like to go?
My audience thinks you're obsessed with Malkuth.
With the kingdom of our reality. Oh, well, we're all here. I'm not obsessed with it. I'm in it. Just as you are.
What do you think about OTW news, Patrick?
He's French Canadian.
So right away, that's going to make him goofy and weird? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not alluding to that. I haven't said any of that, but I'm just saying he's French Canadian. You know, use your imagination.
I find French Canadians to be quite strange. Like they almost don't even really have a true identity. It's like their identity is split between cultures, and it fucks them up mentally. Your thoughts?
I think Patrick OTW is a very talented individual with art and music and all this types of shit. But yeah, you know, like he's like a very right hemispheric individual. You know what I mean? He's a right hemispheric based individual. He's like the artist type, and there's strengths to that. I'm not saying there's anything wrong, but yeah, he's more like he's not in the middle path. You know, he's too right based. OTW is he's a great guy and everything, though. He's extremely talented. You know what I mean? But he's unbalanced, right? He's too right-brained by nature to look into real reality and face it properly at this point. I can see.
Wait, what do you mean by that? Like, what do you mean? What the fuck you talking about?
Because, like, if you look at the tree of life, like back in Kabbalah, you know, back to Kabbalah, right? It only goes from Malkuth to Keter in the middle path, and this, you know, the left and the right.
Hold on, what the fuck are you talking about? Is it me this morning, guys?
It's a representation of being either left or right brain imbalanced, right? Either logically imbalanced or kind of like imagination imbalanced with, like, you know, being more of an artist type, or, you know, right. Like, you know what I'm talking about, right? Like the left and the right hand cognition.
I mean, I do. I mean, I get it. But, yeah.
It takes work, bro. I'm not saying that.
So, Cage, if you and I, like, hung out, what would that look like? Like, would we be able to hang out at a bar, like, drink some beer and stuff? Like, what would it look like hanging out with Cage Reality? Bring us into your world.
Well, we're not gonna be talking about how the weather is. I'll tell you that. Yeah.
Well, what would we just do? Like, would we what? Like, scoping for poontang and shit? Like, would you be my wingman? Would I be yours?
To be honest with you, it depends on the situation. If you want to drag me along, then difficult. But you know, to be honest with you, that would never happen. I would never really be hanging around with you in reality. I don't think.
Oh, you would hang out with me in reality? Oh, that's nice. Thanks.
No, I would. I would if you know, if you stop putting on your mask of you know, you have to take the hat off.
So that's the condition. You'd hang out with me if I didn't have the beanie?
Yeah, no beanie, and then I'll hang out with you.
Gotcha. All right, get out of here, Cage. I'm boring myself on my own show, and that's not a good thing. Holy crap. I don't know what to do with you. I like you, Cage, and stuff. I just don't know what your angle is. Like, there's the Cage angle. My whole take on Cage is, like, no different from Cadence. I think just Cage is like Cadence. They're kind of lonely. They're looking for connection in some way. So they come in here and present a persona. Okay, yeah, I got the Z persona with my beanie. What about the Cage persona? When are we gonna get by that? Unbelievable. Like, when are we gonna get to the real Cage? When are we gonna see, like, the emotions of Cage, the feeling behind the Cage man? What is it? Like, is that ever gonna happen? You're back on the show, silly. You're typing in chat, but I can't hear you. All right, I'm getting rid of him. Bye, Cage.
Let's look beyond the veil, beyond the beanie. My bad, I know it's bad. But
what about the Cage veil? All we get from you is persona front presentation.
It's all a self-imposed cage that is done through the subconscious mind.
Okay, that's more bullshit. What about you? You act like you don't have feelings and emotions, like you're a fucking cyborg. It's not interesting.
Everyone does.
You have a chance.
It's about the transmuting of those emotions.
Unbelievable. Guess what, Cage? Let me give you a little bit of advice. You have a channel. I see you do broadcasting. People don't really care about what you say. They care about how you make them feel. You don't
Well, I
understand
don't
that?
care. I'm on here to make people feel a certain way. It's unadulterated.
Look
truth.
at Cadence.
I'm on here
Cadence
to
couldn't
spoon
answer
feed
one
you.
question. I
Yeah.
asked Cadence questions about people that she watches 24/7. She couldn't answer them as basic questions about them. It's unbelievable.
I'm out here to spoon feed people or give you that's being fake. Telling people what they want to hear. That's very easy to do. I could tell you what you want to hear, and play into whatever the fuck you. That's bullshit. I'm not gonna be doing that. I'm gonna tell you exactly how it is, my friend. Now, simply ask me a question. I'll tell you what it is. If you want.
When was the last time you cried, Cage?
It's for family. It's for family, bro.
Okay.
I didn't cry or anything, but yeah, you get worked up or whatever. It's emotion. But yeah, before you transmit it, whatever. You might shed a 1-2 tear.
So when was the last time you cried?
My mom was in the hospital, and it was it was the holidays, her birthday, and that.
All right, so you cried for your mom because your mom was sick.
Yeah.
We're getting real emotion there. That's good. Do you have pets and stuff?
No, I have no pets. I don't believe in that. I don't think you should be. It's kind of weird, in my opinion. I did have them growing up, and I never had my own pet, bro.
I'm over pets too. Get out of here. I'm done with you, kids. It's enough. I tried with you. I'm trying with him. It's like pulling teeth. He just wants to come up here and tell me stuff like that. I don't fucking know. He just wants to go on and on about the Illuminati and the frequency-based reality that we live in, the mental projection that probably forms our existence. But it's the same thing over and over, Cage. There's no depth. Cage, there's no depth to the Cage thing. It's like a one-trick fucking pony. I don't know where to go with you. I did try really hard, our pool. Unbelievable. Now I gotta shake this creepy vibe that I have. I mean, I like you and stuff, Cage, but I asked you what would it look like if we hung out and stuff, at one of those goofy Canadian bars. Where do you live? Ontario? I think he's an Ontario guy. He couldn't even answer it. What am I gonna do with that? It's fucking weird. All right, everybody. It's time for news. Let's see, it works better when my music synced to it. Try it again. Hi, everybody. It's time for news. Yeah, coming at you. This is where Z gets to bring you all the hard-hitting news articles from around the level horizontal realm.
Breaking news in the Z world.
All right, Cage, I'll let you up for the news. Just control yourself.
All right, what do you got, Z? What do you got for the news this morning?
Fucking believable. Well, it's not what I have. It's what, it's what's being presented to the great unwashed, inculcated masses. What do you think, Cage, about the news they're presenting to these morons?
Well, look at how easy it is to, deep fake, even people like Talcott. I kind of initiated this deep faking nonsense into the realm. And look at how easy it is to masquerade or fake these certain things. And I'm sure this technology has been around for many, many years, decades. So it's always probably all been fucking bullshit in order to mind control and, socially engineer people to, mold them into where you want
Fair
them to be.
enough. All right, let's get
Fucking
going.
simple.
Let's get going with the fake news, everybody, that they tell us is real news. This is from Reuters. Israel calls for civilians to leave Gaza City as military amasses tanks. Israel called on Friday for all civilians in the northern half of the Gaza Strip, more than 1 million people, to relocate south within 24 hours, as it amassed tanks for an expected ground assault in response to an attack by the militant group Hamas. Hamas, which controls the Strip, told residents to stay put and vowed to fight to the last drop of blood. By Friday afternoon, there was no sign of any mass exit as Israel prepared its onslaught. So here we go again, everybody. We're going to ramp it up. The Gaza Strip. Why did they even make that Gaza Strip? Have you guys ever even looked? Cage, have you seen like the Gaza Strip? So you have like, the Palestine, Israel, and then you have like that West Bank, which is that little like piece right on the water. It's almost like they set up the geography of the area to promote conflict. Cage, do you think they set up the geography of the area on purpose to promote conflict?
It has to do with the Euphrates and Tigris and Mesopotamia. It goes back a long time ago, bro. This ancient beef, It's been going along, for a while. The Tigris and Euphrates, the Nile.
Let's continue. Death is better than leaving, said Muhammad, 20, standing in the street outside a building reduced to rubble in an Israeli airstrike 2 days ago. I was born here and I will die here. Leaving is a stigma. Interesting. The United Nations said evacuating everyone was impossible, with power supplies cut and food and water in the Palestinian enclave, running short after a week of retaliatory airstrikes and a full Israeli blockade. I don't know, Cage. To me, it kind of seems like they created this whole situation, like on purpose.
It's definitely a simulated situation, right? It's artificial by nature. They're just making it up. It's like a play, right? It's the world stage. And they're gonna do it in any way they can. And religion is definitely a great one, especially when it comes to the quote holy land and all that, right?
That's right. All right, I might bring you up as needed, Cage. Got a feeling you'll step all over me if I don't somehow rein you in. I should have my head examined for even having you fucking up here. But I do agree with you. Apparently, all the world is a stage. Let's see what else we have in the totally real and completely not fake news. Here we go. This one's about Friday the 13th from USA Today. What is Friday the 13th? Why people may be superstitious about the day. I was wondering that earlier. Like, what is it? Why Friday the 13th? Let's see what the fake news is going to tell me. I'm sure it's going to totally be, completely real, not propaganda. Spooky season is officially here. Scorching summers have finally cooled off. And the jack-o'-lantern has taken over TikTok, and people are uniting over hatred of candy corn. But nothing is quite as spooky as Friday the 13th that falls in October. And this is one of those years. The 13th day of the month falls on a Friday 1 to 3 times a year. This is the second Friday the 13th this year, and the next one won't be until September 2024. Great. But why is it? Oh, here we go. Dr. Stevens, retired anthropology professor. What does he have to say about it? Example of magical thinking. He said it comes from magical thinking, and he says it believes that magical thinking is when someone believes there's a causal relationship between two things. All right? You're still not telling me where it came from. Somebody earlier today was telling me in the chat that it came from like Jesus being killed. I've heard other things about like the Knights Templar around Friday the 13th. I don't know, guys. Insert your own reason. You know Z's theory. What does it even matter? Remember what I always tell you guys? Friday doesn't even exist. There's no Fridays. There's no any days. Like Morgan says, he knows the answer. All right. I don't need the answer. Because there's no Friday. There's no any day. It's just a day that comes and goes. There's no celestial event that represents Friday. You get it, guys? They made Friday up. So who really gives a fuck about Friday the 13th? Let's ask Cage. Cage, what do you think about Friday the 13th? Any significance to it? Should I care?
13 is actually a lucky. You're fucking Sicilian like I am. It's actually a lucky number. You see how they skip, in buildings, the 13th number and all that. That's bullshit. Think about it. Think about, like it's Christian. Pretty much it ties back to the Knights Templar. And they were pretty much almost taking over the church at a certain point. So they said they worship Baphomet and like killed them all and shit. Whatever. Like they did to pretty much most of the world. You know what I mean? Because they're close to taking over. So the 13, you think about it, right? Jesus has how many disciples? 12. And that's 13. Right? 13 is not an unlucky. They love that number, but they say it's unlucky and terrible for, it's a superstition thing. All it is a program that's being injected into the subconscious mind. And therefore creating the reality around that individual experiencing it. You know what I mean? It's all injections.
So you're saying is there really is no significance to Friday the 13th other than the narrative presented behind it, that they're creating the significance.
That's exactly. That's where you create the power. You know what I mean? By injecting it into people. That's all. The only power comes from the subconscious, like, and the program that's being presented or being altered or being.
Thank you, Mr. Cage. Let's see what's up next in the Totally Real News. This article is from Salon. It's entitled Signs of Life Detected on NASA's Bennu asteroid sample that returned to Earth. Ooh, we've talked about this on Z Show before. Remember? They sent that probe all the way out into deep space, and they apparently landed on an asteroid for a brief moment, grabbed up a sample of soil, minerals, dirt, whatever you want to call it, and now that's back to Earth years later. This was like a 6 or 7 year mission. What are they telling us now, guys? Guess what? Signs of life were detected on the asteroid Bennu. I'm sure this is totally real. Let's see what they say. When the OSIRIS-REx mission touched down in Utah with a sample from the 4.5 billion year old asteroid Bennu. Wow, they know how old it is too. Interesting. Scientists who opened the hatch gave an audible gasp when they saw what was inside. Wow, what was it? Couldn't imagine. Was it an alien? Also, I pointed out before, guys, look at the name of the mission. OSIRIS-REx. Why did they call it that? Well, what is Osiris? Wasn't Osiris one of those weird Egyptian gods that all these weird elites seem to kind of be way into? Remember, you have Isis, Osiris, and Horus. They seem to form the Trinity that most likely formed the basis of the Christian doctrine of the Trinity. I don't know, just saying. OSIRIS-REx. Well, I know a little bit of Latin, like I didn't study it, but I know a bit. I know Rex means king in Latin. So why was this mission called the OSIRIS-REx, and why are they basically saying that Osiris, the Egyptian god, is the king? I don't know, weird. Why wouldn't you call it anything other than that? It's strange. But apparently, This mission came back with some stuff from a fucking asteroid. Now, early studies from the materials parachuted down to Earth have revealed why. This sample contains evidence of carbon and water, which could indicate the building blocks of life on Earth. Oh, what an interesting narrative. It's so convenient because they've been telling me this theory about how life originated on Earth. They called it transpermia. They basically said there was like nothing here, like a bunch of nothing. But then an asteroid might have crashed here with the basic building blocks of life. And then amazingly, and just somehow and conveniently, when they caught the very first sample of an asteroid back, what did they find? Evidence of carbon and water, which are the building blocks of life on Earth. Ow! Look how perfectly, almost like a story, almost like a movie that was written. How perfectly the narrative just came together. That they tell us that billions of years ago, an asteroid probably crashed here with the building blocks of life. And then when they sampled an actual asteroid, it turns out it had the building blocks of life. I don't know. I mean, do you guys believe in 1 in a billion coincidences? Apparently NASA does, and they want you to believe in it too. Very strange. Let's continue. The samples from Bennu could reveal answers to questions about how the solar system formed that scientists have been pursuing for decades, and apparently they know now. In the 2 weeks since Bennu's sample was delivered, scientists have analyzed the crumbled rock and dust surrounding the main canister from the mission and get initial readings about the asteroid's composition. The main analysis will be performed in the next few weeks when they open the canister. According to Nature, Bennu has already been found to have the highest percentage of carbon ever measured in an extraterrestrial object, at 4.7%. How many extraterrestrial objects have you measured? I mean, we apparently took sand back from the moon, soil from the moon when we went there all those times in the late 60s and early 70s. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Oh, apparently you have the Indian rover up there that's taking those, samples of sand and sending back all the data on it. I think you called it, I forget what you called it, but anyway, let's continue. The bounty of carbon-rich material and the abundant presence of water bearing clay minerals are just the tip of the cosmic iceberg. Get it how they put iceberg in there, like water, frozen water? So now we have frozen water on asteroids that we're able to take samples of billions of miles away and get them back here as they parachute ever so gently back to Earth so we can study them. These discoveries, made possible through years of dedicated collaboration and cutting-edge science, propel us on a journey to understand not only our celestial neighborhood, but also the potential for life's beginning. So thank you so much, science. You're answering all the questions. You're answering all the stuff. All the questions that I have, like, what is this place? Where did I come from? A lot of the, throughout history, people would look to, like, I don't know, spirituality. They would look to their intuition. They would look to the world around them. It was a great mystery that may have been one of the, purposes of life, to try to discover what this place is, why you're here, to derive individual meaning from your experience. But who needs that now? We have NASA. We have impossible missions to distant asteroids that are bringing back, data that's going to give it to us. Who needs the mystery of life? Why ask the questions, the hard-hitting questions about why we're here, who are we, what does it matter? Science just tells us those things. So we can get back to more important things like Tinder, Facebook, Netflix, TikTok. The important stuff. There's no really need to think about yourself, to examine your existence, to pondering the mysteries of reality. NASA's just going to give it to you. They're going to tell you what reality is. Thank you, NASA. What would I do without you? Where would I be without science, academia, Elon Musk, SpaceX? Where would I be without all you guys? Weird. Maybe I should be happy. I don't have to spend time on these high-minded things. I don't have to do that. I could just do that. Hey, Mr. Cage.
Mr. Z. How you doing, bro? Bro, think about how this realm was an illusion. And they know the dark scholars, the people at top, they know exactly how it works in a way. And they're using it. They're indifferent, you know what I mean? They're fucking evil with it. They're gonna be nice people, like, you know, coming to talk to you and having patience and that. No, they're just gonna enact their will, and they don't care about the casualties or the cause and the effect behind the causality behind it. You know what I mean? They're just gonna do it. Doesn't matter. This is why we're here, where we're at right now. And look at the time right now. You've been live, in perfect timing.
Yeah. What do you think about our friends over at OTW News just, you know, restreaming the Z show? You have any thoughts?
Extra viewers, you know, extra viewers to truth. Is, you know, we can get into actual truth now, and then we can make people hear what, you know, reality instead of like living in some sort of nonsense. So I see it as a positive thing.
You do. They're probably just getting on to the fact we're restreaming them now because they're a little behind.
Yeah, they're a bit slow to the game. It's fine. I think everyone is kind of. So this is just fucking online. You understand what who's creating this shit to make you be on here in the first place? And now you're still a slave to whatever the fuck this is, and you think it could be taken away way faster to be accumulated. And that's why it's like de facto Satanism, you know what I mean? All these motherfuckers, pretty much everybody is a de facto Satanist, if you want to call it that. It's like a lesser version that they operate on in order to create a greater whole of this program that's being put onto people. It's being done through the individual.
Hold on, Cage. Let's read what Patrick's listeners are saying about yours truly. Nub's Revenge, yeah, real genius over there, says, wait a second, with actions like that, I would assume that Z may be Jack's lost little boys. Interesting. So Nub's Revenge is basically calling me a pedo. Good one, Nubs. That's good stuff there. You should be proud of yourself. Jimmy Shively.
Oh, why are you shining light on this, though? Because in a way, you know, let's go to psychology. Like, in a way, you want to talk about this, you know what I mean? Because I guess it's going to rile people up and give you more attention and views. Is that, like, the main thing of it? Like, what are you, like a bitch or something? You want attention? Like, what do you want?
Well, Jimmy Shively, who's probably the most pathetic, weak person I've ever seen because he doesn't have a personality of his own, and he depends on other people to define his reality for him, says, the pathetic princess warrior is sort of miss her. I sort of miss her. What a broken little hosky turned out to be, to each his own. Well, maybe because I blocked you from my chat, Jimmy Shively, because you're literally one of the most pathetic people I've ever come across. And I actually kind of feel bad for you. You're sad, and as you call me broken, you're hopelessly under a cult of a fucking psychopathic, fat, disgusting gorilla who frankly makes me sick anymore.
I didn't say that. I didn't say everyone's a Satanist, freedom. I said it's de facto. So it's like a lesser version of it. And it's egotism, pretty much. So it's all ego.
Let's see. You tell me says these shows funny. Oh, there you go. He says these shows funny. Let me see. Right. See, Patrick knows that two things have to happen. Either Z has to not broadcast or Paul Enslaved needs to come on his channel. That's the two things that need to happen for Patrick.
There's billions of fucking people in this world. What are you guys, retarded? You're stuck in this little cage of existence with all these.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Cage. I agree with you. I just think it's interesting.
You guys are so fucking narrow-minded. You don't know how to build shit. You're retarded. Solomon would be disappointed. Hiram Abiff is laughing. Enough.
Like, what's even funnier is Christy Lee Dolls, who I banned from my show because she's completely and hopelessly fucking pathetic, is now over on the disgusting OTW News channel. Good for you, Christy Lee Dolls. You made a good move. You proved yourself to be not wanted here, and now you have to sit there with Patrick all morning. I'm sure that'll work out great for you, Christy Lee. Get a hold of yourself. Disgusting OTW news channel.
For themselves.
Good for you,
Right.
Christy Lee Dolls. You made a good move.
The facto at its very base.
You proved
means
yourself
going
to be
against-
not wanted here, and now you have to sit
The
there with
fact-
Patrick.
Yeah,
all
the
morning.
facto means going against natural
I'm
law.
sure that'll work out
Mr.
great for
Charlie
you,
Field.
Christy Lee. Get a hold of
Yeah,
yourself.
sorry.
Disgusting
Let things
OTW
play
news
out
channel.
for themselves.
Good for you,
Right.
Christy Lee Dolls. You made a good
The
move.
facto at its very base.
You proved
means
yourself
going
to be
against-
not wanted here, and now you have to sit
The
there with
fact-
Patrick.
Yeah,
all
the
morning.
facto means going against natural law.
I'm sure that'll work out
Mr.
great for
Charlie
you,
Field.
Christy Lee. Get a hold of
Yeah,
yourself.
sorry.
Disgusting
Let things
OTW
play
news
out
channel.
for themselves.
Good for you,
Right.
Christy Lee Dolls. You made a. Now we're just in a never-ending loop of restreaming. It's just going to keep repeating itself over and over again. No, Patrick, I'm not coming up on your show. Too bad. You'll just have to restream me to get your Z fix. Don't worry, Paulie's going to wake up in a little bit, Pat. He's going to roll his fat, grilled cheese ass eating self out of bed. And eventually he's going to do what he does every single day. He's going to turn on his computer, jump on, and run his fat mouth. You'll have a show in a little bit, Patrick. Just hold on. Just wait for the fat fuck to wake up, and then you'll have a show. And then Jimmy Shiver will be happy, and Christy Lee Dolls and the rest of the cult. And you'll have a show, Pat. And that's a good plan for you moving forward, Patrick. As long as the fat fucking piece of shit Paul Enslaved can wake up and get on your show, you'll have a show. And as he just runs his mouth and says the same bullshit, psychopathic nonsense that he says all the time, you'll have listeners. But just remember that when he starts his show, you're going to have to end yours. And remember, Pat, you're doing a great job. It's going to be great for you, Patrick, moving forward. You have a great plan for success. I'm just saying, Mr. Patrick. Great job.
Well,
It's going to be great.
I'm not happy to
moving forward.
I mean, Christos, I mean, Synthetic Warrior, you're awesome, man. I mean, look, my audience here.
You have a great
all
plan
they
for
have
success.
Is love for you, man. Look, well, they're even applauding for you, man. Here we go. Let's
I'm
give
just
a
saying.
big round of applause to
Mr.
Synthetic Warrior, man. Woo! Yeah! Woo! Yeah!
Great
All right,
job.
man. Woo! We love you, Z. Woo! Well,
It's going to be great. Moving forward.
I mean, Christos, I mean, Synthetic Warrior, you're awesome, man. I mean, look, my audience here.
You have a great
all
plan
they
for
have is
success.
love for you, man. Look, well, they're even applauding for you.
It like loops every time I try to go on his show. Rebecca Joe says his show sucks. No, it's great. Of course, you know, when Paul's there, just running his mouth off. It's wonderful. It's fascinating. It says he has 6 viewers, and one of them's me. Well, he's going to have more. Like I said, when Paul wakes up, rubs the coal out of his eye. OTW will have his show back. So once Z ends his show and Paul wakes up, it'll be all good for Patrick. He'll be good to go at that point. I wonder how that kind of would work out. Like, I'm kind of picturing, like, Patrick sitting there. He's like, all right, well, I know Paul went to bed. He ended his stream last night at, like, midnight. He probably spent another hour, you know, getting the Domino's pizza delivery guy over there so he could wolf down, like, 3 pieces of deep dish stuffed crust to feed his fat fucking ass. Okay. So that probably took some time. Then he probably went to bed about 1. It probably took him like 20 minutes to eat Jennifer's pussy because we know he has to do that every night in lieu of rent. Okay, we got that going on. And then he probably slept for a little bit. Then he's going to have to wake up. Jennifer's going to have to make him his grilled cheese for breakfast. Eventually, he's going to get around to turning his computer on. He'll see my shows on. Hopefully, Benton's not broadcasting, and then maybe he'll pop in and maybe I'll have a show. Right, OTW? Is that kind of what we're looking at? That's kind of how I'm thinking it goes down. Let's take it from Paulie's perspective. You know? Imagine it'd be something like this. I'm awake. Oh, not again. I'm still alive. Oh, I probably should have died years ago when I was hopelessly addicted to shooting heroin, mainlining it. Oh, all right, I'm still here. I guess I got to keep up this horrible Paul and slave persona. I'm kind of trapped in it now. What am I going to do? Oh, I know my channel's kind of on a downslope and people are tired of my fucking bullshit narrative. Well, good thing I've taken over Benton's channel, OTW, and Bex's. Good thing I have all these other channels I can kind of grift off of their stupid asses. Weak motherfuckers. Yeah, chili for breakfast, guys. I mean, grilled cheese for breakfast. Because why not? Good thing Jennifer quit her job and now she just full-time cooks me grilled cheese. I mean, I don't know how we're going to have to pay rent. Oh, that's right, Jimmy Shively. He's got rent covered. Thanks, Jimmy. Much love. Thanks for covering the rent here. All right, wait. What do I got to do? Oh, that's right. Is OTW streaming? I wonder if OTW's streaming. I could just go take over his show. I'll just click the link and just not shut the fuck up for hours on end. Before I go on my show where I don't shut the fuck up for hours on end. And then afterwards when I go on Benton's show and continue to not shut the fuck up. You know. As long as Jimmy Shively keeps those cash apps coming, I think we're all good. All right, so now I've eaten my grilled cheese. Let me get this computer turned on. Oh, good. Patrick's streaming. Oh, wait, Benton's streaming too. Here's what I'll do. I'll go to Benton's first. I'll run my mouth. And then just when I feel like I'm looping for the 10th time, I'll go over to Patrick's and loop about the same shit 10 more times. That's what I'll do. It's a good plan. And morons like Jimmy Shivo just keep sending me money. And then idiots like Lubass will keep showing up at Z's show and keep making idiot comments that make no sense as he just repeats a narrative given to him by a cult leader. What's Lou say? You're not being smart about it, Z. Aren't you supposed to be the one on the higher ground? You seem to make a lot of assumptions and presumptions. Now you attack someone's overcome addictions. Well, I'm not sure he's overcome his addictions. I think he just has new addictions. Like controlling people like you, Lou Bass, and getting people like you on a grift. I think that's his new addiction. It's the internet, to get morons like you to send them money. And idiots like Patrick from OTW News to give up all his integrity, all his honesty, and everything that fucking made him who he was, to turn over all his sovereignty and accountability to an obvious fucking sociopathic moron. Look, and then Nubs Revenge is coming over here. Hey, Nubs, you're not really welcome here. I'm just telling you, let you know that, dude. Maybe go back to the fucking dregs where you came from. Maybe just find your way out of here, Nubs. No one really gives a fuck about you. You guys actually make me sick, if you want to know the truth. I mean, you're fascinating in many ways, but take that, motherfuckers. It's okay. Look, the dregs of society need a place to go too. There needs to be like the resource remedial room for the truther community. So you guys all have each other. You're fine. Like you're all great. I'll go over to Patrick's and loop about the same shit 10 more times. That's what I'll do. It's a good plan. And morons like Jimmy Shago just keep sending me money. And then idiots like Lubass will keep showing up at Z's show and keep making idiot comments that make no sense as he just repeats a narrative given to him by a cult leader. What's Lou say? You're not being smart about it, Z. Aren't you supposed to be the one on the higher ground? You seem to make a lot of assumptions and presumptions. Now you attack someone's overcome addictions. Well, I'm not sure he's overcome his addictions. I think he just has new addictions. Like controlling people like you, Lou Bass, and getting people like you on a grift. I think that's his new addiction. It's the internet. To get morons like you to send them money. And idiots like Patrick from OTW News to give up all his integrity, all his honesty, and everything that fucking made him who he was, to turn over all his sovereignty and accountability to an obvious fucking sociopathic moron.
The top quality of my show is me shutting the fuck up.
Look,
on a normal
Nubs
basis.
is coming over here. Hey, Nubs, you're not really welcome here. I'm just telling you, know that, dude.
Of course,
Maybe
I'm
go
not
back
really
to the
welcome.
fucking dregs where you came from. Maybe just find your way out of here, Nubs.
Yeah, just maybe find your way out of here, man.
No one really gives a fuck about you.
Nobody gives a fuck about me.
Yeah, no.
You guys actually make me sick.
Who gives a fuck about you, no?
You guys make me sick.
Right? I make myself sick.
Just sick.
I mean, you're fascinating.
Not that I was a sick and twisted mental moron degenerate before, but you guys make me sick. It's all your guys' fault. It has nothing to do with what I cannot do. Like have integrity.
Take that, motherfuckers.
Yeah, Paul eats cheese sandwiches. That's really fucked up. OTW
Look,
gave
the
up his
dregs
integrity,
of society
but I
need a
never
place to
had
go
any to give up.
There needs to be like the resource remedial room for the truther community. So you guys all have each other. You're fine.
Yeah, this is good stuff, OTW. I love hearing the new
Like,
sound.
you're all great.
Sound effects you got going, man.
Good stuff, man.
Oh, sorry,
this is
I'm
way
trying to
better than that cheeseburger eater.
I'll go over to Patrick.
I wear a black hat because I can't find a condom that'll fit over my head. Oh, here's this Cage douchebag. He's a real fucking tool.
Money. And then idiots like Lubass.
I'm just gonna throw him in the back for right now because I don't want to hear his fucking mouth.
Narrative given to him by cult leader.
I might be Jack. Like Jack.
What's Lou say? You're not being smart about it, Z. Aren't you supposed to be the one on the higher ground? You seem to make a lot of assumptions and presumptions. Now you attack someone's overcome addictions. Well, I'm not sure he's overcome his addictions. I think he just has new addictions.
Man, I'm loving this every second of it. It's
like
fucking
controlling people like you, Lubass. Getting
My
like you
and I'm looping.
on a grip.
I'm
I think
looping.
that's his new addiction. The internet. Get morons like you to send them money. And idiots like Patrick from OTW News to give up all his integrity, all his honesty, everything that fucking made him who he was, to turn over all his sovereignty and accountability to an obvious fucking sociopathic moron.
Fucking looping middle-aged idiot. Pause it for a minute. Why even fucking restreaming it? Bro, what the fuck?
What do you want? What do you want?
What do you mean, bro? Can I be
My audience are booing you, Cage. I don't know why, man. I don't think they like you.
That's your shitty soundboard. You finally figured out how to fucking put into. Can y'all get some Mortal Kombat finish? Round one. We can't get.
That's the audience, Cage.
We can't get fatality, fucking fatality. We can't get that.
You guys don't know. It's all fake, man.
How you guys doing? Well, I'm just saying, bro. Like I don't know. I'm gonna keep saying that you guys are gonna like it, but oh, he always says the same. This shit is retarded, completely insane, stupid, in my opinion.
It's at the regular speed. It is.
That's kind of weird how boring everything got when, you know, it wasn't me talking. Weird, Patrick. Like, you stopped playing me, and then it just got, like, really fucking boring all of a sudden. Like I said, Pat, don't worry. Paulie's going to be awake soon. You'll have a show soon enough. You're doing a great job, dude. Like, you put your whole future on, like, you know, like another man who gives zero fucks about you. Great job. I'm sure it's going to work out really well for you as time goes on. Fascinating phenomenon. Well, people are so strange. So strange. It is the metaverse, everybody. It is the metaverse.
That's in your imagination.
Hold on, I got a better one.
Get out of your imagination, brothers and sisters.
Pat's got a soundboard. I'm thinking about getting a soundboard myself. This Machiavelli guy's here. He seems to be observing the cult. I don't know really your status or your understandings on it. At this point, it's obviously a fucking cult. Maybe we should just observe it. Very strange. In so many ways. All right, I'm done playing around with you guys. Machiavelli says the cult is going down. I think so too, Machiavelli, but by their own behaviors. I'm certainly not going to do anything about it. I'm not like them. I don't go around. Like, here's 76er here. Hey, 76er, nobody really wants you here. Just saying. Like, why are you even listening to my show? Get a life. What the fuck's your problem, dude? Culted up, motherfucker. Do I, like, literally have to just get rid of each one of you one by one by one? You just won't leave? Go back to your cult. You're fucking embarrassing yourselves. It's actually strange and gross and creepy. Ugh. All right, I'm ending the show. I'm not sitting around messing with you guys all morning. It's enough. Have fun with it. Hey, Patrick, you were restreaming me, so at least I made your show this morning. So great job. I did you a favor. But like I said, Fat Boy's going to be up soon enough. You'll have a show. Great move, Mr. Patrick. Weirdos. Well, Mateo, what do you keep saying, dude? I dropped a fucking link for you. You said you want to come up. You're not coming up. Like, what are you doing, bro? Your behavior strange. I'm going to drop the link one more time for you, dude. Like, what's going on? You having internet problems? Strange. Graphic says, is Jennifer cooking the grilled cheese sandwiches already? Hopefully, for Pat's sake. He needs to get those sandwiches in before he could, spend all day sitting on his fat ass constantly online. So hopefully he's powered up with the grilled cheese before he does it. Hopefully. Special K thinks OTW's mentally breaking down. I don't think there was much to break down for OTW. There's not really much to break down. Like, once you're in the basement, there's really no way to go. Like, you can't really go much more down.
Quality, buddy, quality. Numbers are rising because you are here.
Oh, there you go.
They're wondering what's going on at the zoo.
I wonder what's going on with you guys, bro. Fuck.
Why are you wondering what's going on with grown men?
Because if I was your
oh, God, you guys make me sick. Yo, London man, I know this is all fun and games. Why are these people, like, so repulsive to me at this point? Like, I'm actually starting to have a physical reaction to these people. Which just means I have to distance myself even more from them. So go ahead, Pat. Next time you restream me because you have zero content, just restream me. Like, I can't even... London, I can't even have, like, fun games with these people anymore because it actually makes me physically ill. To look at them, to, like, try to understand them, to experience them. It's even a little sad. Rule by Saturn says, because they're repulsive. Okay, thank you. Like, even listening on that Nubs guy, like, his voice, it's making me physically
14.
ill. Listen to him. No, he stopped talking.
after 11.
No, 13 comes after 12. Now, you were talking about slow people, and you're saying that 13 comes after 11.
Yeah, I can't listen to him. I can't listen to his voice anymore. Yeah, I agree, Heidi. Heidi says, I got the ick. It is a little icky. Yeah. There's an ick factor to it. Much love, guys. Notice Z wasn't restreaming OTW. Notice. Great channel, OTW. You have 18 people watching you right now. And what they're just really doing is waiting for Paul to wake up and come on. So, good luck with that, OTW. I'm sure you're going to do great. You're going to do fine with it. You're going to do a great job with it. Maxie Valley says there's 2 brain cells in the panel. All right, that's enough. Cut it short. Unlike some people, I can't spend all day online because I really don't want to spend all day online. That's kind of what it is. Linda Man says the Colton ones like to stream people, like no content. Well, that's why, dude. That's why they're just going to be stuck in an endless loop They're never really going to go anywhere. God bless you guys. Better on you. All right, I'm wrapping the show. Long one today. Much love, everybody. We'll see you again Monday. I got nothing but love for you guys. Patrick, if you're still listening to me, you do what you want. I don't really know you, Pat. You're kind of just a guy on the internet that sort of clung on to me like barnacles. You remember that, Pat? You remember all those times where things went south for us and you kept showing up on my doorstep? Rosie, I respect you. I want to be your friend. Remember all those times? I don't know. My listeners remember. They know what's going on. But either way, much love. We don't want anything bad to happen to any of you people. We need to keep it on a certain level. Even though you guys gross me out. Yeah, I know Special K. She says distance yourself, etc., etc. Of course they're going to want to ride my coattails. Much love. We'll do it again Monday, guys. Same Z time, same Z place. See y'all then. Peace out.